Just make sure my mic is working. Can I just get a mic check, please? Mic check, mic check. Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you, Curveballs. All right. So before we get into things here, Friday, 0 DTs. Should be a fun session today. Let's try to make some money back. All right. I'm just getting situated here, guys. Just bear with me. Connect all the devices. So, right off the hop, guys, headwinds, tailwinds. So, your headwinds this morning are your dollar. Your dollar's up 0.35%. Dixie is maintaining this wedge pattern. The wedge pattern has been lowered with that recent little breakdown. But you're still trying to defend this lower boundary area. And right now you can see that we're likely going to head to the top of this wedge pattern, and then we'll see if we get a breakout or a breakdown. So the dollar is a headwind today, looking pretty firm on the session. That should apply a little bit of pressure. It's still fairly muted in this range, but the DXY moving up on the session is going to limit a little bit of that algorithmic buying that we're used to. So that is headwind one on the session, and it does look like it wants to press higher. You're making some higher lows intraday and higher highs intraday. You've set a nice little pre-market high within the last 10 minutes. So the Dixie is starting to push here. You are seeing gold. Good morning, Supreme Leader. You are seeing gold coming under a little bit of pressure, looking like a potential 10-minute head and shoulders pattern. We'll see if gold wants to finally break down this little bit of a bearish pattern formation. Obviously, gold has been remarkably strong, and it's due for a pullback, but gold trading at the pre-market lows, DXY trading at the pre-market highs. You also have WTI crude, so a commodity that obviously has impact on the entire stock market. You do have a little bit of economic data across the board this morning that could impact crude a little bit later on in the session. But WTI crude is basically another headwind for the market today. This one looked like it was having a bearish breakdown yesterday, and they're propping it right back up, defending it in the near term. You could be putting in a little bit of this bearish flag pattern here, but right now it isn't ready to break down. And if crude can start to clear this major pivot high, then the near-term resistance would be really the upper end of this kind of this bear flag zone, which would be 64.40. Sorry, what is that? 64.50-ish. So crude oil trying to make a move here. If we throw in some of the key moving averages for crude, I think crude likely wants to try to press for that 50-day moving average again. You saw rejection up here. Now you're above your 7 and 20. It's looking like crude wants to press. That's another little bit of a headwind for the market. It does impact, obviously, transport stocks and a lot of other S&P 500 companies. So just keep your eye on crude, because if it starts to push over 2.3% intraday, that could apply additional headwinds for the major indices today. All right, I'm just getting ready here. Also have the US 10-year yield today. That is pushing 0.94%, so getting a nice bounce off of the lows. Very, very oversold on your 10-year yield. Obviously, I still think we're going to be going lower, but it is trying to show a little bit of a positive close to the week here. Still negative on the week, but looking like a little bit of a potential bottoming tail. I don't think that bottoming tail will hold much weight and force over the coming weeks, but it is trying to muster up some strength. So that's another little headwind. Another little headwind is the 2-year yield today. So 2-year yield is starting to recapture that 7-day moving average, trying to show a little bit of strength off of the lows. One of the reasons the IWM is a little bit weaker today, negative in the pre-market, down by 0.35%, is because of the little bit of a price action in your interest rate and dollar markets. So IWM gapping down a little bit. You're still above that major pivot high. We'll see if they want to push this IWM back lower today and keep it negative. But nevertheless, the IWM is holding a little bit of positive structure, sorry, a little bit of positive structure on the larger time frame as long as you remain above this pivot high. We'll see if the bulls want to defend this area. If you don't defend this area, then I mean it looks like we could be in for a move back down. There's really not much support that was built up in this breakout rally. So just like we've seen the IWM when it had these blast off moves, they collapse, right? When the IWM doesn't build much support, it has very choppy ranges. So again, if we lose this high pivot, there's a strong chance that we can come back down to our opening range from yesterday prior day high, which would be a pretty significant fall. Maybe they want to keep us elevated throughout the rest of the week. But just keep in mind there was not much support that was built off of this breakout here. All right, we'll discuss the S&P in a moment. And then we'll go through some of the stocks that we're watching. So Adobe did report earnings after the bell. ADBE, trying to press up here in the near term, so Adobe's looking not too bad here on the overall chart. Seeing what else we have, so volume trends. You also got some positive momentum from Microsoft. Microsoft reporting a little bit of a continued partnership in their AI division with OpenAI. So Microsoft catching a decent bid here in the pre-market here. It did pop up a little bit more yesterday session, so it's off of the lows, but you can clearly see that, maybe there's a chance that Microsoft wants to rally all the way up to here. So that's going to help IGV and cloud stocks, right? Microsoft pushing typically does help cloud stocks. All right. Interestingly enough, we're still seeing Oracle down on the session today under a little bit of pressure. FIGR, that name as well under a little bit of pressure. We traded that quite successfully yesterday, and that's gapping right down. So I would look for a long. Basically, I've just been lowering my long here. This was roughly about a 0.642% downward move from the low. So that's kind of what I've just been lowering my entry zone, kind of in similar increments to where the market starts to bottom. So about a 2% increment. If FIGR were to fall again, I would look for maybe a long off of the 2950 area, okay? So 2950 area on FIGR now looks to be where I would enter, and then I would keep roughly about $1 stop loss, so 2850-ish. So that's kind of how I'm going to be looking to trade FIGR this morning. But obviously we'll keep that one on watch. Today, Broadcom getting a little bit of an uptick. LAZR still trying to show a little bit of strength by maintaining structure above that opening range high. Still trying to break out here on laser. A little bit of a LiDAR play. Obviously, we've seen Tesla strong. A-Lab today in the pre-market is up just slightly, not much. We're seeing a little bit of distribution in China today. So Alibaba continuing to come in off of that 156-ish area. I still think Alibaba is long overdue. You've had a little bit of negative headwinds in China today. You've had XPEV announce recalls across, I think it was just over 70,000 cars. So that could be a little bit of downside pressure in the overall China EV space. So XPEV with some recalls. And then you obviously have the dollar strong. So if the dollar holds its price action today, it should put a little bit of a headwind on China equities. You're looking at Yang that's gapping up just a little bit on the session. Open door, that's still extremely elevated. Yesterday it did have about a 10% fall in the pre-market. You roughly traded somewhere down here. Let me just check that out here. Yeah, so open door had about a 10% fall down to this area yesterday. So maybe there's a strong chance that open door might want to retest this 931 area today. So we'll keep that on watch. That's for certain. Still extremely elevated up here. Just going through Duolingo, absolutely continuing to fly here, making new highs from yesterday. Beautiful, beautiful technical um, recovery of some key levels. You can see you're coming right into this major volume area, right into this major volume area. So that would be a little bit of near-term resistance, but if you can kind of close on that or near that, that would be one epic weekly bullish engulfing candle on volume. Take a look at that candle, guys. That is a weekly reversal signal like no other. Okay? Supreme Leader saying Hoth, H-O-T-H, up 20%. Yeah, so I mean, 20% is a nice move for sure. Obviously, for this stock, 20% is kind of like, you know, does that over lunch. But yeah, a nice move up from 160 to 171. It does have some momentum, so after it saw a little bit of distribution, maybe it wants to actually take out the high today. It's looking like it could potentially run. Let me just see the intraday pattern. You know, gap ups for me psychologically are hard to trace, but yeah, look at that. It's trying to push up here, coming in from its highs, trying to defend that prior day high. I think if you can get back above your PDH, then it's a long level and just use that PDH as a stop. So right now it's tricky because it is underneath that prior day high, but prior day high breakout, that's a big, big squeeze event could occur. Google still remaining pretty firm at the highs of the session. ONDS, that name had a stunning candle yesterday. I still think it's long overdue for a correction. Seeing a little bit of continued buying in your eVTOL stocks. Archer Aviation trying to be defended and recapturing some of the short-term moving averages. Joby as well, seeing a nice little volume increase, trying to hold above that 7 and 20 day. Dragonfly DPR, that one that I'm extremely bullish on, um, which I'm long off this 443 level, just common shares. I think this one's due for a breakout. You've had a nice technical reset of all of your indicators. You got that daily chart RSI still showing momentum, weekly chart RSI still showing complete momentum. You're likely going to push to about $8 on this chart, so quite a bit of upside. You've been consolidating over some of the key moving averages. You're above the 200, you're above the 1 year, you're above the 50, the 7, the 20. So that stock is looking like a high flyer that's going to push. Today, semiconductors are strong. SMCI gapping to the high side. Nice move on SMCI. I like that a lot. I really, really like that a lot. SMCI was just lagging here, just sitting right on that daily 200 moving average for such a long time, almost like it was forming a bit of a bear flag. I like SMCI because I'm riding those $50 November calls, so hopefully that name can keep squeezing a little bit higher. So SMCI doing wonderful in the pre-market today. Looking at BBAI, guys, Big Bear AI showing a huge gap up here in the pre-market. Another one that has reset all of your technical indicators, bouncing just before that daily 200 moving average, gapping up about 9.24%. BBAI could be a big mover today. We could be seeing this up 15, 16%, especially how stocks like Open have run, right? So obviously I do have some option exposure to BBAI into the December time period. And right now this is looking like it's going to push. I think BBAI is going to be heading all the way up to this gap fill again. If not trying to surpass those all-time highs there. So I have a symmetrical move target around 946. So again, I do hold long exposure on BBAI via some December call options. Okay, let's keep moving along here. Just see what else we got shaking and moving. Marvell today seeing a little bit of strength in the pre-market, up about 1.53%. Let's look at BMNR. BMNR trying to gap up as well. Let's look at Ethereum. Ethereum showing some strength, trying to recapture all those daily chart moving averages. Looking like it could try to retest the highs, guys, on ETH. We'll see. It's interesting to see crypto starting to show a little bit of strength. We'll see if this Dixie starts to firm up and hold down here and break out of this wedge, then it should dampen crypto. But for the time being, crypto and Ethereum especially showing some decent relative strength in the near term. Bitcoin slightly negative. Natural gas trying to stage a bit of a bounce here. So natural gas trying to hold that 1-year moving average. I was looking for a 20-day moving average retest. It still could happen, but they're trying to defend that little bit of a breakout trend line. So nat gas is trying to hold steady here. Let's look at uranium as well. So URA still one of the most bullish commodity charts in the overall stock market. I think uranium is due for a really, really big continuation move to the upside. Let's look at Oklo. Oklo taking a little bit of a breather after yesterday it did break out. So Oklo broke out of this inverse head and shoulders. Again, Oklo's a tough one to fundamentally get behind because if you know anything about fundamental research and its valuation that it's trading at, it's pretty stretched on a fundamental basis. But that being said, fundamentals, although are good to know, aren't always the key to a successful investor and trader, especially a trader because momentum, when these stocks start to move, they just absolutely move. And Oklo looks like it's going to press to new highs. I mean, you just look at this inverse head and shoulders pattern that Oklo is trading at, and you still have a potentially about another 26% move to about 96, 97. With overshoot, you're going to be well into that psychological $100 area. So Oklo is certainly looking interesting, like it wants to show some strength. Obviously, it hasn't confirmed the breakout, but we'll see if it can start to firm up. SMR, obviously, if Oklo starts to run and nuclear uranium start to break out, SMR should start to push higher. Yesterday, Canada just announced their first major investment into small modular reactors. I can't remember what city they're opening one, but they are trying to open up an SMR building, small modular reactor in one of the major cities for really the first time in its history. So you're starting to see some more developing nations investing in nuclear and getting behind the actual trade itself. All right, let's look at some of the mega caps and then we'll discuss more of those pre-market movers. So Apple under a little bit of pressure today. Microsoft we just touched base on. Let's look at Nvidia. Nvidia up 0.24%, still going through a little bit of distribution. Nvidia still looks strong. It's holding above your 20-day now. And as long as you stay above the 20, Nvidia is the long. Personally speaking, it looks like Nvidia wants new all-time highs. I have a price target of about 190 that Nvidia is looking like it wants to test. Meta right now still going through a little bit of backing and filling, holding that 7-day, looking a little bit more distributive. Tesla right now looking to confirm its breakout. So this is where I think you're going to get a big momentum push in the morning from Tesla. And then if they decide to snake people off of this weekly candle, because look, Tesla's trying to have a weekly chart breakout as well as a confirmed daily chart breakout. So the weekly candle is something that if it triggers and breaks out, that would be epic. Epic. And that would throw the statistical probabilities way well in favor of Tesla reaching these upper side targets, right? Tesla has been so depressed in terms of mega cap tech land. Let's just make sure it is over 1 trillion. Yep, it's over 1 trillion, 1.19 trillion. But if Tesla starts to push here, you're talking about another 100, 111 billion, 120 billion, give or take, that would flow into this name. Okay, which isn't that much money to be honest, guys. So Tesla could make that move in, a week, the way we've seen this stock run. So Tesla's obviously on watch for that breakout. Although I did trim my call options yesterday, I'm selling into strength just by taking profits. There's going to be a lot of opportunity to continue to trade this based off of a pure momentum breakout if it holds, right? If it holds. All right, in terms of your sectors this morning, regional banks are struggling today, so KRE under a little bit of pressure this morning, gapping down. XLB slightly negative. XLC Communications doing quite well. That's up 0.45% into a little bit of daily chart resistance. You're even trying to bust through this key resistance trend line. Obviously, the upside target of this major daily chart breakout pattern takes you to about 126, 127. So you are already seeing some continuation buying. Energy right now still looking strong. What's really fascinating about XLE is it's really diverging from crude oil. You know, crude oil is trading well depressed, but XLE is still holding technical structure above all of the key daily moving averages. Not looking like a bad chart. I just feel like I don't know how this sector is actually remaining this firm with crude oil so depressed. Makes you wonder if crude oil were to firm up. XLF into a ton of resistance up here, two trend lines intersecting. You've broken that little bit of a wedge formation. Let's see if financials can get back above this area. You're still holding technical strength above your key daily chart moving averages, but looking like it wants to fall to the downside. XLI, industrials have been one of the stronger sectors of the S&P 500. Putting in what appears to be a daily chart bull flag. There is a little bit of resistance here, but I do suspect that we can keep pushing higher to about 158, give or take. XLK, obviously one of the most important sectors to watch, still trying to break out of this daily chart bull flag pattern. You had that initial breakout candle. You haven't confirmed the breakout just yet. Staples are under a little bit of pressure this morning. XLP. XLRE also under a little bit of pressure this morning, but chart pattern is not looking too bad at all. Still trying to hold some bullish structure. Healthcare stocks are under a little bit of pressure this morning. XLV. And then XLY under a little bit of pressure itself. Amazon doing quite well though. All right, that's pretty much the tape. Let's just look at some of these movers this morning. UNH still doing well. CNC trying to push up a little bit. All right, so WBD, one of the stronger stocks in the market. Look at that. Gapping up yet again on Warner Bros. I mean, what a candle. Tough one to short because you have absolutely triggered some major bull patterns here on your weekly chart. Could it do a daily chart pullback? For sure it could, but we're looking at an upside of 21 plus on Warner Brothers just based off of that weekly chart technical pattern. Now you are coming up into a little bit of resistance here on WBD. First major pivot there, but considering we tested it already, that's going to be eaten up here. Second major pivot that we're testing currently speaking, probably going to try to push through that area as long as the market remains steady. Let me just see what other moving average resistance we have. Let's go to the monthly chart. Yeah, so this monthly chart not looking too bad. Obviously, the monthly candle still has 18 days left, but wow, what a stunning move on WBD. And you can see the type of blow off moves that this name has. Look at that blow off top move back in 2021. But just a simple retrace takes us to 2380, guys. 2380. Pretty crazy. I would naturally think you're probably going to try to retest this area. I would say 19 bucks. The stock could squeeze to 19 bucks today on momentum. But what a move there. WBD. All right, we discussed SMCI. That's looking really good. Ticker WOLF. Looking to press to the high side here for Wolf. Wolf's looking pretty good from my opinion. If it can get that daily close above this area, then you're potentially squeezing to this 3+ target. So Wolf is not looking too bad at all. All right, what else we got moving? Adobe, we looked at that. Birkenstock seeing a little bit of liquidity today, BIRK. Actually, it's gone back to the downside. Micron. Micron's obviously still holding beautiful strength here. Micron hasn't officially taken out that high just yet. You would favor it for a all-time high sweep there, guys. So I'm going to monitor Micron because if we get an all-time high sweep, I would look for a scalp short off of this vicinity. Actually, I think I have an alert there already. Do I? No, I don't. So if Micron were to pierce that zone, I would look for a scalp short. Again, a scalp short. It's still in a very strong uptrend, but Micron off of that zone does look kind of appealing to me, I would say. S&P 500 turning green, going to the upside. All right, so Micron showing decent strength. What else do we have here? WLDS Wilds. That's continuing to shake and move this morning. Up nicely, up over $1. Hopefully you're still holding some shares there, curveballs, because that is a big, big move. Oh, yeah, that's a big, big mover. That's looking like it's trying to break out intraday pre-market, so not a bad looking chart for this WLDS, consolidating quite nicely intraday, trying to hold above all of those key moving averages. You bought wilds at 875. Wonderful. Good job. Great job. Let's see what else is shaking here. AutoZone under a little bit of pressure today. AZO, high priced equity. This is a very good barometer for the overall economy. And AutoZone has been on an absolute tear, basically, for such a long time. Very expensive stock. This is an institutional stock. Not retailers aren't buying shares at 4,000 a piece. So this is a really good stock to just watch. Obviously, again, institutions are the only one that float this stock higher because it's a very expensive stock, but it does give you a nice barometer of the overall economy. And as long as the stock stays firm, it shows that the economy is still chugging along. But if we start to see a little bit of topping formations come into this play, then that could be showing us that, okay, institutions and smart money are starting to unload some key positions. RH reporting earnings, and that stock is gapping down slightly. So RH under a little bit of pressure. Um, some sympathies for RH are RENT, FFIM, Frequency Electronics Inc., ZYBT, IVA, NAKA, TROX, ABVX, CERT. So RH downbeats results joins Frequency Electronics, Tronics, and other big stocks moving lower in the Friday pre-market session. It posted a weaker than expected second quarter result after the closing bell. Analyst estimate of 320, coming in at EPS of 293. Big miss on EPS. Revenue estimate was 904 million, came in at 899. So a nice miss there for RH on earnings. AVA, sorry, AVAV This is a stock that I'm watching closely is this AVAV. It's looking like it's trying to hold technical structure right off these two previous pivot highs. Looking pretty strong in my opinion, like it's put in this beautiful little bull flag pattern on the weekly chart. Still trading inside the upper range of this weekly chart bullish breakout pattern. This chart looks poised and ready for another run to the upside, guys. Another run. So that could even be on watch for a bit of a day trade today. Looking pretty strong in my opinion. All right, other than that, I think that shapes up. Um, Hershey under a little bit of pressure, ANET under a little bit of pressure. Let's look at some of the other high flyers. Let's look at Soundhound today, SOUN. Under a little bit of pressure, Carvana. So there's been a ton of selling in Carvana recently, insider selling. Like we're talking about full out liquidation. Same thing with Cloudflare Net. There's been some crazy amounts of selling in Cloudflare. I mean, you look at the CEO over the last 2 days has sold basically all of his shares. CEO sells all shares, 34 million in shares at 226, 222, and 217. That is crazy. There have been a whole host. Nice job, Curveballs. Amazing. So we'll see if Cloudflare Net has some distribution that could occur, but I find it very interesting that they're liquidating all their shares at the highs here. Same thing with this ticker SATS, guys. SATS, after it had that huge move to the upside, take a look at the sells up here. So you had the director and chief legal officer liquidate about 95% of their shares. Huge insider selling right at the highs of this breakout. I mean, we're not talking about, a small sell of 5%, like 95% of their shares. The director and chief legal officer liquidate. After this move, like, what the heck? Are you serious? They're like literally picking the top here. Crazy, right? I find that crazy. I find it super crazy. That's just me though. All right, so the S&P is still near the highs of the tape. All right, let's see what else we have here just to quickly discuss. Yeah, looking at RENT, guys. That had a huge breakout candle yesterday and getting absolutely slapped right back down. Right back down. Crazy. Let's look at RDTT, Reddit. Yeah, Reddit's chart is looking pretty decent here, guys. Momentum is to the upside, looking like it could squeeze to about at least 280. Getting a little bit extended, but it's curling to the upside. Hmm, looking interesting. Let's look at Chewy real quick. Yeah, Chewy also starting to come. Chewy still just backing and filling. Let's look at Affirm. Affirm has been so weak. Again, I'm still looking for that gap fill to be filled, but it hasn't really yet. UPST sitting right on a volume shelf, daily 200 moving average. You know, again, one more little sweep of the lows, and this could be ready for a bit of a scalp. Could be ready for a scalp. Open door down about 5.6. I think this one's going to see a pretty decent fall today. Again, you tested all the way down here at around 9:30 yesterday in the after hours. All right, we're going to go to split screen here. We'll keep this open window up, and we'll keep the S&P window open. Just going to do some push-ups for the market open. Get the blood flowing, guys. Let's get ready for a crazy session. Tesla looking so strong off of the open here, guys. Blasting. EBAI guys trying to squeeze. Big Bear AI is squeezing. You expect markets to end negative? Yeah, there's a strong chance of that, right? There is. After yesterday's rally, it's a strong chance that there could be some profit taking into the weekend. That wouldn't surprise me as well. Open is starting to fall here in the pre-market, guys. Retesting that pre-market low. IWM is still the weakest. Qs are the strongest right now. Gold still acting well for the time being. Your Dixie is taking a little bit of a breather, but trying to hold a bit of 15-minute chart support. Gold back up here on the session. But look at this Big Bear AI. Hit a pre-market high of 553. Maybe it wants to retest there, guys. We'll see. Archer Aviation seeing a nice bid. Same thing with Joby. eVTOL stocks are pumping. Look at that gap up on JOBY, guys. Look at that move. Momentum coming into eVTOL stocks. Wow. Archer, keep Archer on watch for sympathy. A little bit of news there on JOBY. Now, gas still strong, crude oil still strong, Bitcoin down 0.49%. So, honestly, SPY puts I think are again favorable here. Open puts look favorable. eVTOL stocks look interesting from a long standpoint. Oil still seeing some distribution. Gold still acting super duper well. BABA continuing to see some distribution. All right, here we go, guys. Let's get ready to rock and roll. 30 seconds. Nat gas pumping. IWM negative. Stocks bought long. Stop lot. AMD, CoreWeave, Figure, Nvidia, and Oracle. Nice. You got a lot of action already. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tickers. Wow. Action stacked. Action stacked there. SPY is teetering just between negative and positive price, guys. Open is starting to melt a little bit. A-Lab coming in, GDX coming in. BABA down at 154. Nice down move on BABA. Wow, I'm getting an alert on WDC, guys. Western Digital trying to make a spike higher here. ONDS up a couple. Oracle still negative. Wilds is up 12.5. SPY still trying to hold this technical support level from yesterday. Big push on open. Duolingo's doing quite well. Big push on open. Still got mega cap tech showing some strength today. Apple's green. Ethereum still holding structure. Let me know when to short WDC. Yeah, it's close. It's close. You know, I got the alert right now. I was thinking about it. I maybe just want to see how this market is, but it's super close. I mean, if you want to take an entry here, by all means. Like, it's really, really close, from my opinion. WDC. BABA below 154, guys. BBAI of 10%. Yep. BBAI is ripping. Archer Aviation up a couple. SMCI still strong on the session. Nvidia's starting to get heavy here, guys. Open is starting to come in just a little bit. There's another trim on Wild. Beautiful job there. Nice job. So still acting super duper well. Microsoft coming in from the highs. Amazon's negative. IWM still going through a bit of backing and filling here. Yep, amazing is Wilds is pumping. Joby's pumping. Wolf's pumping. Tesla still up 1.3. SMCI seeing a little bit of distribution. Oracle down 1.56, guys. Oracle's coming in sharply. ONDS coming in. Open still looking pretty heavy. Nvidia's still green on the tape. Looking at BBAI, that's starting to come in a little bit. WDC, almost for a short. I'm going to put another alert. I want to see if this one can get back to the highs. IWM right now is fairly weak on the session, guys. This ONDS starting to look a little bit distributive here. Look at ONDS coming in hot. BABA also looking pretty weak here. BABA. Open is trying to bounce here. Western Digital still trying to press. Nvidia's getting heavy. The US dollar. This is where the SPY could run into a little bit of downside pressure. Wow, WDC continuing to press here. Look at this move. Now I'm going to move my alert to all-time high because I would short it above that zone. SPY looks like it's going to run into some pressure here. The Dixie's starting to firm up, guys. US dollar starting to come in. SPY puts, if we break this OR low, SPY puts looks like it's going to dump here. Nvidia getting a little bit heavier. Oracle still getting slapped. BABA down nicely. SMCI getting a little bit faded, still up there. BBAI got faded as well. Solar stock still doing okay. Nat gas holding steady. Bitcoin still up 0.5%. You're seeing Amazon negative, Nvidia negative, Apple going negative here, guys. Seeing a little bit more distribution hitting the tape. S&P just slightly negative on the session. Western Digital squeezing. Crazy. Nvidia getting heavy, real heavy here on Nvidia. We'll see if that wants to hinder this market at all. Lululemon struggling. Duolingo still doing well. Look at Nvidia, guys. Nvidia could start to bring this market down. Keep an eye on Nvidia. It's starting to get heavy here. NVDA is getting heavy, guys. BABA getting heavier. Yep, figures up. Crude still pumping. Dollar still pumping. SPY just slightly negative. So far, Nvidia looking pretty heavy off the open. It is negative on the session. Mega Cap Tech is going through some distribution. You only have Microsoft that's holding steady right now. Microsoft is really holding steady right now, but everything else is coming in. Tesla actually still holding steady. That's up 1.9%. So Tesla doing really, really well. S&P 500 trying to establish a little bit of an opening range. We're still very elevated from yesterday. You can see that on the hourly chart. We put in that topping tail yesterday. You will have some support off of this upsloping trend line that really connects through those highs there. We'll see if SPY wants to come in. Oracle down a couple percent. Figure now up 4%. Yeah, Figure's doing very well. BABA down 0.6 but bouncing. ONDS starting to come in a little bit. They're trying to bounce SPY off that OR low. Nvidia is still slightly heavy. Dixie getting faded a little bit. So they're defending the S&P so far. That is an aggressive short area on the S&P, but holding this level. Archer Aviations looks like it's trying to push here, guys. ACHR looks like a bit of a long setup. I think $9 0 DTEs are high risk, but looks like it could play some sympathy, especially since Joby's still strong on the session. Nvidia's still looking a little bit heavier here. Looking at Tesla, Tesla's still ripping to the upside. Alibaba curling slightly down. S&P still negative, IWM negative. Qs are positive. So mega cap tech is showing strength today. Look at Tessie go, guys. Tessie is ripping. They're still keeping SPY pretty elevated here. Google showing a little bit of signs of distribution. Tesla still absolutely moonshotting here. Moonshotting. SPY is still holding that little bit of an area. Nvidia's bouncing off of its lower boundary support. Look at Tessie still squeezing, guys. Tesla putting the Qs on its back. Oracle getting absolutely slaughtered right now. That's coming in at the lows. SPY trying to see a little bit of strength off of this area. Nvidia is still bouncing quite nicely. Your US dollar is trying to firm up. Western Digital is still phenomenally strong. BABA curling down nicely. Nvidia is still trying to bounce. Western Digital going for new highs. If Tesla doesn't confirm this breakout, that would be such a trap. Be such a trap. So Nvidia's had a really big bounce since it's opened. You have some strength in quantum stocks right now. IO and Q absolutely flying here. RGTI doing really, really well. Look at Rigetti, guys, pumping to the high side today. IONQ had news today. They got some a deal or approval from UK for an acquisition. So that's running on news. Nice job on our BABA 155 puts, guys. Really, really good price action on BABA puts. I like that a lot. Trimmed 1/3 of my BABA puts, 1/3 of my BABA puts in profit. 1/3. Eastern Digital still pumping here. So options members, I took a little bit of profits on my BABA put options. And I'm going to keep a break-even stop loss, hard stop. A nice little decline there on BABA. Really, really good price action. IWM still looking heavy here. Really heavy on the Russell. Really, really heavy. Wow, look at Figure today, guys. Holy moly, I wish I still had some commons, but it is blasting. Figure moonshotting. It is trying to moonshot to the upside. FIGR. Yeah, Figure is moving. Time for open to dump. Yeah, I think open should dump, but it's still being propped up right now. We'll see if it can get a big decline here. Maybe a potential sign of a head and shoulders formation. If this were to trigger, it could see a move down to say 850-ish. S&P 500 still acting well. Nvidia big bounce. Western Digital still near the highs. Let's look at Tesla. Tesla's still ripping here. RIPPING for Tessie. Crazy. Big bounce on the S&P. BABA new lows. Great job on our BABA short, guys. Great job. Took $500 profit on Figure. Beautiful. That's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear. Oracle still under pressure. China stocks are under pressure. Lululemon, Duolingo getting faded a little bit. Nvidia still positive on the session. Archer still green. GDX under a little bit of pressure. Dollar still seeing some distribution. BBAI still up 4%. Ethereum still up 1.3. Apple just went negative on the tape. S&P 500 still holding. Look at Tessie go. Tessie is just ripping to the upside. You got ticker Wolf up 13.3. Look at WBD as well. This is crazy mover. Looks like it could be coming in now. But wow. Again, quantum stocks are seeing a huge amount of capital inflows. Quantum names are seeing massive, massive moves today. Let's look at Tessie again. IWM still lagging this market, but wow, they are squeezing Tesla off of this breakout. Look at that candle, guys. Tesla looking like it could be trying to confirm the breakout. If this fails today, that would be a nasty sweep. Nasty. Nasty. BABA at the lows, testing 153, guys. BABA puts are still working out quite nicely. That's the members option trading group. A-Lab starting to come in. Open starting to come in as well. Come on, open. Open sesame. S&P 500. Come on down. Dixie still softening. Wilds is still up 13. Nvidia still slightly green. Neo's gone negative. Again, China equities, guys, are under pressure this morning. You look at Yang, that's trying to make a little bit of a run. IWM still looking heavy, but it's got some bottom wick buying going on. Tessie's still a beast right now. Wow. Copper stock still doing extremely well. S&P 500 just consolidating here. Figures dropping, Tesla pushing, open under a little bit more pressure, Rigetti up 12, IonQ up 14, SMCI up 4. Interesting. Very interesting. Uranium starting to drop a little bit. Interesting that SMR is still trying to push. Google under a little bit of pressure today. So Google's starting to come in. WDC at an interesting kind of this double top zone. That is a shortable level on WDC, guys. That's a shortable level on WDC, Western Digital. Stopped out AMD. Let's take a peek. AMD, yeah, coming in hard. Now negative on the session. Wow. Nice observation there. Broadcom ABGO, that's looking like it wants to break down here. Let's look at that IWM again. IWM is still seeing some distribution. Oracle still down 3% on the session, guys. 3% down on Oracle. Big mover. IWM getting heavy here. Dixie still softening just a touch. Still seeing Nvidia trying to push to the upside. Open is down 6%. Lulu down 2. Broadcom slightly negative. Oracle still down. Baba trying to bounce. IWM looking pretty weak here. Excuse me. Tesla still ripping 383 on deck and pushing up almost 4% on the tape. What a move on Mr. Tessie. Nvidia is still showing some strength. IWM trying to go to the lows. IWM still trying to move. S&P 500 pushing. Tesla trying to push. S&P 500 still trying to shake and move. BABA at the lows. Dixie curling down. S&P trying to break out of that opening range. You bought 5 contracts of WDC puts. Yeah, it's coming in. I was hoping for one more little sweep of the high, but might not do it. S&P getting a really big push here. Nvidia's still trying to push. Dollars come in just a little bit. Still have Meta, Google struggling a little bit. Microsoft acting very well. Apple green. Tesla ripping. Tesla still pushing to the upside. IWM showing some considerable weakness despite the S&P. BABA just made new lows, piercing 153. We got Duolingo still acting well. Oracle still down. Figures up 11%. Yeah, Western Digital coming in hard actually. You got allocated 3 shares of IPO GME. Nice job. Oracle down 3%. You have A-Lab starting to fall a little bit here. So A-Lab looking pretty heavy at the highs here. Potential little topping formation that could send us much lower on A-Lab, guys. It's testing a little bit of support right now, but if we break that, should see some considerable weakness. Tesla still ripping here at the highs, up 4.56%. BABA, new lows for BABA, continuing to drop here. A little bit of support coming into play for BABA. Figure still up 10% on the tape, guys. Dixie curling slightly lower here. Open is still trying to hold steady, down 4.4, but trying to hold that key little neckline zone. BABA now down 1.64%, digesting some of those gains. Interesting. Tesla's still acting well, seeing a little bit of top wick distribution on Tesla. IWM still trying to lose that previous sweep high pivot, so the Russell is technically at a little bit of support, but trying to hold it. Let's look at that IWM here. So you can see the level that the Russell's retesting is that little previous pivot high zone. It's technically just holding above that area right now, defending that opening range low for the time being. We got crude oil, nat gas still strong. Microsoft ripping still. S&P 500 still acting superbly well. 10 a.m. data, guys. IWM dropping hard here. 10 a.m. data hitting the tape here, guys. IWM just had a hard knife down there. So we just got the inflation expectations, guys. Michigan 1 and 5 year inflation expectations are coming out. IWM falling to the lows, guys. 4.8% for the Michigan 1 year inflation expectation, 3.9 for the 5 year. So massive higher print for the 5 year. Michigan consumer expectations declined sharply. So consumer expectations declining pretty sharply. Dollar off of that news saw a little bit of a dip. 10 and 2 year yield still strong. Gold still strong. Nat gas, oil still acting very well. Look at the divergence between the Russell and the S&P and Qs. Tesla still pushing. IWM though, trying to get a little bit of a bid here, but trying to violate some key ranges, looking pretty heavy on the Russell. Bitcoin still negative. Amazon still negative. S&P 500 trying to hold some structure. Nvidia's pumping here. So you're seeing a little bit of that de-risking out of your small caps and it's piling into mega cap tech. A-Lab continuing to fall sharply here, triggering that little bit of a head and shoulders pattern, guys. A-Lab falling quickly here. Oracle under immense pressure. Oracle's coming into that beautiful symmetrical move target zone under a lot of pressure here, guys. Oracle. Let's look at Cloudflare. That's also coming in. WDC. That's still holding up okay, but your Russell 2000 really seeing some heavy distribution just in the near term. S&P still holding beautifully. BABA still trading at the lows. So the Michigan 5 year inflation expectation is what really caused the Russell to dump there. Consensus was 3.4, came in at 3.9. So it's showing a little bit of a farther inflationary expectation. Yields are still acting decent today. Dollar falling though. Microsoft, Nvidia, Tesla, Apple are still acting very well. Small caps are not, down 0.6% on IWM land. Figure is up 14% still. Wow. S&P 500 still acting phenomenally well here. Nvidia has a little bit of top wick distribution, running into a little bit of its 10-minute opening candle. Tesla still trying to push, but very elevated and extended. Russell 2000 still super duper weak on the session. Oracle down 3.6. Broadcom slightly negative. BABA struggling today. Lulu struggling today. Google struggling today. Nvidia getting a little bit heavier here. Tesla still ripping. Dollar cratering. Big Bear AI still at 5.4. Ethereum still doing wonderfully well. Copper stocks are still ripping. Nat gas and crude oil still strong on the session. Look at IWM, guys. Just so heavy right now. So heavy. Good morning, Ram. Hope you're well. Tesla has a little bit of top wick distribution, some minor. Some minor. Let's look at RSP today. So you can see RSP is struggling, negative on the session, while SPY is still holding structure. So clearly there is some capital trying to push into this NASDAQ QQQ market, right? Semiconductors are looking a little bit heavier here. They're at the lows. They're actually negative on the tape. Tesla starting to come in just a little bit. IWM still holding here. Tesla is seeing a little bit of distribution at this point. Qs are still acting well. Semis are seeing a little bit of minor distribution itself. Trying to hold some support. Broadcom's turned slightly green. Dollar still falling sharply. Nvidia still trying to hold steady, but seeing a little bit of 5-minute selling here. Your SOXX, guys, looks like it wants to maybe target that gap fill around 250, 350-ish. So SOXX is seeing a little bit of distribution today. Google really coming in, Meta coming in, Netflix coming in, Tesla still a beast. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Tesla's going for its 8th consecutive green candle in a row on the 5-minute chart. All right, SPY should see a little bit of distribution. You look at semis, guys. SOX is starting to break down just a little bit here. SOX is starting to break down. I'm surprised that the S&P is holding up this well. Actually trying to push here. A little bit more relative strength coming back into the picture. Pretty crazy. SOXX tapping that prior day low. Acting very, very well right now on SPY land. BABA trying to move. Nvidia seeing a little bit of distribution. IWM trying to bounce a little bit. Oracle still acting phenomenally well. To the downside, down 3.78% on Oracle. Now you have AVGO continuing to fall. New lows on Broadcom. Oracle continuing to fall sharply. Just full liquidation here on Oracle. Crazy. Stocks are holding those lows. IWM has a little bit of bottom wick buying going on. S&P 500 still holding structure. Now you have LAZR trying to make a little bit of a push here. SMCI still up 3.5%. BBAI still up 5.5%. CNC trying to make a little bit of a reversal and push. Let's look at UNH today. Yeah, UNH still pushing for the highs. Getting some participation. WDC still off of the highs. It's just hitting a bit of a double top on Western Digital. Tesla is just a beast today. Look at Tessie. I mean, my oh my. Tempting to short up here for a scalp. Just an absolute beast. Apple still acting quite well. So Apple's keeping the S&P 500 up here. Apple's pushing. So Tesla and Apple really seeing this market, at least the S&P 500. Look at Apple. Apple ripping to the upside right now. IWM still a little bit heavier. Open. Still seeing a little bit of distribution. Semiconductors are looking heavy. Semis just printed a little bit of a lower low here. Tesla new high of day. Tesla is trying to rip here, guys. Trying. SOX printing some new lows. You got SOXX looking a little bit heavy, like it wants that gap fill. Let's see if it hurts the S&P here. Tesla's still trying to show some structure. Apple's still holding steady. IWM going for new lows on the session. Oracle still down 4.4%. ALAB down a couple percent. IWM, guys, printing new lows. Again, S&P 500 still trying to hold steady here, even though semis are coming in. Apple and Tesla are keeping the S&P from selling a little bit here. You got Microsoft still acting well. All right, SPY starting to come in a little bit. Big rejection there on SPY. SOX is getting heavy, guys. SPY starting to come in. SOX is heavy. Tesla and Apple are still remarkably strong. BABA new lows. Come on, SPY. Let's see if we can get, this could be a lower high. Let's see if we can take out this low and give us a lower low. SOX is getting heavy, guys. SOXX is getting real heavy. Looks like SOX wants that gap fill. SPY about to turn negative. Look at if they start to sell Apple here, guys, and Tesla, then we should go much lower, but they're keeping those names super duper strong. Microsoft coming in a little bit, but they're selling semiconductors, and obviously semiconductors are your heaviest weighted indice. Apple's got some top wick distribution going on. See if we can retest this upsloping trend line. That would be pretty nice to see. SOX is still looking heavy. Tesla's still acting well. IWM new lows on the session, guys. Oracle still down 4.32% on the session. All right, SPY continuing to drop. Russell continuing to drop here. BABA still struggling. Google down 0.7. SPY crossing over to the dark side. Dow component negative. Bitcoin slightly negative. IWM leading the charge to the downside. That's down 0.71%. Let's look at Mr. Apple Dapple because that is a behemoth that's holding up quite well. So if we start to see more distribution in Apple and Tesla, it could be indicative of some much, much lower price. But for the time being, it's holding steady. All right, S&P getting a little bit heavier here. Let's look at SOX. They're selling the SOXX. Nvidia is still slightly green. Looking for the SOX to go slightly negative here. Trying to bounce SPY a little bit. Tesla's starting to come in just a touch here. Give us a lower low. So this is a big spot for the market. If we bust through this low of day, that would give us a high, a lower high, a low, and a lower low. So you want to see the market try to give you another lower low to signify a bit of a down move. And then simultaneously, if this does give us a lower low, it triggers a little bit of a bear formation. Right now you can see they're defending it. They don't make it easy, that's for sure. But if it does give us that lower low, then you have on watch a little bit of a bearish formation trigger down to about 656 TP. If triggers. So you can see they're defending it. Tesla's starting to come in just a touch. Remarkable little bounce there. IWM still near the lows of its session. They're still keeping SPY pretty elevated here in its little bit of a consolidation range. SOX is trying to get a little bit of a bounce here. Looking at NVIDIA, NVIDIA is trying to bounce here. Apple's still acting very well. Tesla's still seeing a little bit of top wick distribution. IWM still coming in. They're defending SOXX off of that PDL. Baba new lows, guys. Baba new lows. Beautiful. Options members, I just trimmed more Alibaba puts. I just took profits on Baba, more puts. All right, so just a heads up. I did trim a little bit more. That's coming in quite nicely. All right, S&P just hanging on by a thread here. IWM still weak. Nat gas, crude oil still pumping. Amazon down 0.6. Nvidia up 0.3. Microsoft up 1.2. Apple up 1.12. Google down 0.6. Meta up just slightly, and Tesla obviously ripping up 4.86. Netflix slightly down. JP Morgan just barely green. Markets are still inside of a little bit of an opening range consolidation. They're defending semiconductors here quite nicely. Duolingo still doing really well. Your quantum stocks are still doing phenomenally well. Neo down 1.89, Oracle down 4. Joby still trying to press. BM&R doing quite well today. Warner Brothers, WBD, still doing quite well. Rams wanting to talk about Netflix, NFLX. So Netflix upside momentum is starting to run out. It's going through a bit of distribution here. So you can really see since you put in that high pivot, Netflix has been in a choppy range. So a lot of momentum traders are now out of this name, this communication stock, and they've been pushing into Google, and then you can also see that they've been pushing into Warner Bros. So Netflix had obviously it's a quality blue chip company, but it's losing its momentum right now, so therefore it doesn't have that extra liquidity bid. But you're starting to see it lose its shine because of other stocks in the communication space are taking precedent, and you're seeing that with full force. Warner Brothers is clearly one. Um, WBD, absolutely insane. Google's been super, super strong, so Netflix needs to digest this large gain. It's had a really phenomenal run to the upside, super extended, um, but under a lot of pressure. Pretty bearish that you're losing that point of control. If Netflix loses this little high, this little low pivot reversal, then you could be going back down to 1140-ish. All right, so we'll watch that closely. Tesla seeing a little bit of top wick distribution. You have had the Dixie just absolutely crater here. Nat gas still pumping, crude oil still pumping. No problem. But Netflix looks like it's going to make a new low of day for sure. High probability of that. High probability. IWM trying to stabilize. SOXX trying to stabilize here. Open door. S&P looks like it wants to try to test those highs. Very strong, going for a potential higher high retest on the S&P 500. So again, lower high, higher low, higher low. You're just wedging right now on SPY. Tesla trying to push. Oracle still down 3.9, ALAB down 2.82, Broadcom slightly green. You got Nvidia, Microsoft, Apple, Tesla up 5% going for a new high of day. Green on the session. Stocks are bouncing nicely off of that PDL. No problem, Ram. You're welcome. You're welcome. Big bounce on semiconductors. You're getting some strength back from Broadcom and Nvidia. How's SMCI doing? SMCI right now. Let's take a peek at SMCI. It's taking a little bit of a back seat. Micron still pushing here on Micron going for another high. Wow, Micron looking like a high probability short here coming in. Let's look at AMD here. AMD trying to firm up. WDC, Western Digital. That's still coming in from those highs. This is a bit of a short setup, guys. Double top liquidity sweep on Micron is a short, guys. I am looking at fading Micron very shortly here. Very shortly, guys. I'm entering some common shares short here on Micron. Tesla just ripped to a new high. Adobe? Forgot about Adobe. It did have earnings. No, no, Adobe looks like it wants to go lower, honestly. I would wait for another little liquidity sweep of these double bottoms. I mean, it's trying, but it's getting faded here. You know, it just can't seem to hold on to any of its gains. Very troublesome. All right, your SOXX is getting slightly rejected off that opening range. Wow, Tesla is just a machine. Absolute machine. Look at figure up 15%. That is a huge move. Wow. Crazy move on FIGR. What a beast. What a beast, eh? All right, open seeing a little bit more top wick distribution here. Tesla still trying to push here. It's like a WDC again. That's coming in. Nice job there. WBD still acting phenomenally well up at this region. IWM is still drilling lower here, guys. I'm surprised the S&P is holding this strength here. QQQ still trying to hold at the highs here. So that's what's pushing is your strength from Apple, Tesla, and Microsoft. Apple, look at Apple, guys. Apple just absolutely ripping into gap fill, up 1.7%. What a move on Apple. Crazy Apple dapple. That is crazy. Semiconductors are still under a little bit of pressure in the SOX ETF, but trying to bounce here. Tesla's still acting very, very well. Oh my goodness, look at open, guys. What the heck? I just got a fake print all the way down there. I don't even know if that happened. Time and sales, did that actually come down there? What is that tail candle down on open? What the heck is that? No, that's just my line. Sorry, guys. The way it lined up, I thought that was a wick down on open. That was just my red line. That was dangerous, guys. That was dangerous. When you get tricked by your own trend line. I better remove that. That was crazy. But look at Tessie continuing to rip here, guys. Tesla and Apple are just a monster trade today. Tesla up over 6%. Now I'm upset I closed my 400 calls because I left a lot of meat on the bone. But it is what it is. It is what it is. IWM still trickling a little bit lower here. SOX is coming down. Apple seeing a little bit of top wick distribution. It's called getting scared from your own shadow. In this case, your own brand line. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. All right, so Tesla's still ripping here, guys. Oh my God, if they push it to 400 today, that would be insane, guys. Absolutely insane. Apple's still a beast right now. Still have quantum stocks showing strength. Tesla and Apple, just one-way freight trains right now. Maybe trying to print a 5-minute hanging man on Apple. We'll see. But what a machine on Apple. What a machine. Um, Duolingo still doing quite well. Micron seeing a little bit of distribution from the highs. Your Russell 2000 still at the lows. Open down 7.4%. S&P 500 still acting phenomenally well. Look at them squeezing Apple. Apple Dapple just eating today. Eating. SMCI has faded from the highs. BBAI still trying to push. IWM still curling lower. In your case, Brent, there used to be a very famous TV show called Street Hawk, and it said the man, the machine, the something. Maybe you're not. I don't think I was born yet. I don't believe so. Bitcoin's still under a little bit of pressure. Copper stocks still doing well. Solar stocks are decent on the session. Ethereum's still up nicely. No, I don't believe I've heard of that show there, Ram. I don't believe I have. Open down 6.84%. Looking at Duolingo, that stock is still showing some unwavering strength. Let's look at eVTOL again. Joby getting faded. Archer getting faded a little bit. Micron still trying to press a little bit. WDC still trying to press. Let's look at WLDS. That's still trying to float and grind. Your Russell 2000 not really getting much love today. Still at the lows of the tape, guys. At the lows of the session. Apple seeing a little bit of top wick distribution. Just a little bit. Tesla seeing a little bit of selling at the highs here. Up 6.5%. That's probably defining a bit of a breakout. Tesla super, super strong. Apple coming in a little bit here. Bit of a decline coming in. Big divergence between your small caps and your S&P 500 and NASDAQ. So your NASDAQ is still your strong horse, up 0.34%. S&P in second place, still slightly green on the S&P 500. BABA continuing to sell. Dollar got faded, gold up 0.4, nat gas still up 2.69. Still have the 10-year yield trying to push to your yield lagging a little bit. Google has firmed up off of the lows, but still negative. A-Lab now down 2.8. Oracle still down 3.2. China stocks are seeing some clear distribution today. Uranium getting hit. That's down 1.74%. Still trying to show strength here, guys. November. Alibaba continuing to fall here, guys. Tesla now coming in. Palm to the side, guys. Tesla still seeing some distribution, but acting well. Tesla seeing a little bit of selling off of those highs. A little bit of selling, but Apple's still strong. Semis are still trying to bounce. Nvidia trying to push. Microsoft trying to push. Apple and Tesla still leading the charge to the upside. Big strength. Big strength. Nat Gas still pushing here. Apple's still ripping. Apple's into that gap fill, guys. Really strong gap fill zone for Apple. Tesla getting a little heavier. IWM still trickling to the lows. Open is starting to break down a little bit more now. Down 8% on the session, potentially trying to trigger a little bit of a head and shoulders on your 10-minute chart here for open. Let's see if that wants to break down. Trying to lose its opening range low. Again, yesterday you tested that 930 area. Open getting a little bit heavier. Dixie's catching a nice little bid here, guys. So the US dollar, after going through a hard dump, catching a bit of a bid. Opens breaking that OR low. Tesla's starting to fall now. Oracle still struggling here. A little bit of top wick distribution hitting. Apple still trying to hold steady into that gap. Nvidia now trying to push a little bit more. So Nvidia is at the top of its wedge pattern, trying to break out of its opening range high. Still seeing liquidity flowing into your mega cap tech and out of your IWM. Look at the big divergence. Russell new lows, huge tradable range on the Russell just falling. S&P just staying in a very tight range here. It makes you wonder if at some point the S&P is going to also falter here. Considerable weakness in the Russell. Often the Russell does lead the market, both higher and lower. We'll see if that comes into fruition. But that IWM getting heavy, real heavy. Apple has some top wick distribution now. Russell's still continuing to trickle. Tesla starting to fall a little bit. Your semiconductors are negative. Apple and Nvidia now seeing a little bit of distribution at the highs. Top wick distribution. Tesla's still getting a little bit heavier here, testing 387, still up 5%, but pulled in from the highs. Open getting heavier. Nvidia's got some top wick distribution. IWM new lows down 0.82%. S&P just hanging on to positive price. Volume sell on open is getting a little heavier here. That's without the S&P seeing any sort of liquidation. Nvidia is still holding steady. Microsoft still up 1.38. Apple up 1.7. New lows there on the Russell. Apple's starting to get a little heavier here. Nvidia trying to punch through resistance here. So now you have Nvidia trying to push out of its wedge pattern. Nvidia trying to make a move here. Now Nvidia is starting to participate in this rally and lifting the market. Still seeing that divergence from the Qs. No real bid yet in the Russell. Russell 2000 still trickling to the downside. Mega cap tech is seeing all the liquidity today. Google's had a nice bounce. Duolingo continuing to rally. China stocks continue to show distribution signals. Figure up 12.63%. Let's do a quick sector check here. So sectors of the S&P 500, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 negative, 1, 2, 3, 4 green. Regional banks and retail are also really struggling today. The Dixie's trying to bounce just a little bit. Russell's still at the lows. Open triggering a potential head and shoulders on your 5 and 10-minute chart. NVIDIA trying to break out. SOX is still slightly negative. So a bit of the divergence between NVIDIA and the SOX ETF. Tesla still seeing some top wick distribution. Apple still underneath its gap, but holding steady. S&P still trying to push. Is still acting phenomenally well here. Seeing the dollar still trying to firm up and recapture some key areas. Silver coming under pressure a little bit. Gold coming under pressure. Uranium under pressure. Crude oil looking a little bit distributive here. Natural gas still looks phenomenally strong. GDX has gone negative. Your Russell 2000 still dripping to the downside. Tesla still holding some strength, but going through a little bit of backing and filling. Apple still remarkably strong at the highs here. NVIDIA still trying to press above 178. They are keeping this market pinned to the upside right now. No sell side pressure. Bitcoin still slightly negative. Ethereum leading the charge with Solana. S&P 500 trying to stage a bit of a breakout here through your semiconductor strength. Semis are showing a little bit more powerful move here. Meta trying to climb back to the positive. Netflix, JP Morgan, Lilly are still under some pressure. NVIDIA acting very well. Micron still up 3.4%. Apple starting to get a little heavier here. The liquidity doesn't seem to be leaving the market. It seems to be rotating back into NVIDIA. Your SOX ETF is trying to push. QQQ, new high of day on the Qs. So Qs are absolutely flying right now to the high side. Your NASDAQ market is leading the charge right now, guys. NASDAQ is powerful. All right, NVIDIA getting some slight sell side pressure. IWM's trying to stabilize around 239. Apple starting to come in. We'll see if it affects the Qs. QQQ still remarkably holding technical upside structure. Apple coming in. Qs are still ripping here. Microsoft trying to push. Amazon flipped green. This DPRO just continues to see accumulation, guys. DPRO, look at this breakout on Dragonfly today, guys. Dragonfly is trying to trigger this beautiful inverse head and shoulders that I've been talking about for quite a long time. I'm up just over 18% on my commons. But look at this move. This is just starting to show its huge momentum swing. Huge. Watch that one closely because it's showing some considerable momentum. BBAI continuing to try to bounce here. SMCI is getting slightly faded from the highs. That's unfortunate. Qs are seeing a little bit of distribution, a little bit of top wick selling in Ethereum. Bitcoin's still seeing a little bit of distribution. Apple and Tesla still strong. Nvidia looking a little bit heavier. Dixie though curling to the downside. SPY trying to break out of its bullish wedge formation. Looking like SPY's trying here. QQQ new high. Russell still weak. Nvidia bouncing off of its backtesting trend line. A little bit more positive momentum coming into your S&P 500. WBD at 13.27%, going for that $19 level. Crazy. Nvidia pumping here now. Micron still seeing some bottom wick accumulation. Looks like the S&P wants new highs intraday. Nvidia is starting to get some volume. Apple flagging sideways. There's new highs on the S&P, new all-time highs. On SPY, SPY is starting to squeeze here. QQQ squeezing. IWM still lagging a little bit. But big push on the S&P 500. Really big push. Still seeing the markets holding technical structure here at the highs. Tesla just off of the highs. Microsoft up 1.53, Apple up 1.7, Tesla up 5.4, Nvidia 0.65. Amazon just flipped slightly green there. IWM still down 0.7, QQQ up 0.4, SPY up 0.1. Your quantum stocks are still showing unrelenting strength. QBTS, IONQ. Interestingly, Rivian's struggling this much, considering Tesla's so strong. Seems like people are just dumping Rivian here. IWM trying to firm up just a little bit. Nvidia's still trying to hold 178 above that area. Qs are still near the highs of its session. Dollar coming in. Wilds is up 27%. Wilds is looking pretty good still. Looking like it's putting in some constructive consolidation. IONQ still holding at the highs. Let's look at Western Digital here. WDC still off of the highs. Micron starting to come in just a touch here. AMD seeing some buy pressure in AMD. Very strong there. SOXX seeing a nice reversal, taking itself back to the positive side. S&P 500 still consolidating above that prior day high. Still seeing the markets holding quite steady. BBAI still trying to move higher here. Marvell just flipped slightly green. Your IWM is still lagging a little bit here. Big divergence between your megas and small caps today. Big divergence. Let's look at RSP here. So RSP is still a big divergence right now between the S&P and RSP, about a 0.5% divergence. Mega cap tech is really keeping this market floating and grinding higher here. That's the clear observations being made. Nvidia is still trying to push a little bit and grinding higher here. QQQ just absolutely a monster today, grinding to the upside in full-fledged beast mode. Nvidia still trying to grind here. Apple still trying to push and grind, still trading into that gap fill zone. You've seen a little bit of distribution here. Nvidia still acting well. Dixie's still weak on the sessions, getting faded. I mean, it's still slightly green, but getting some heavy sell side candles on the Dixie, helping this market. Tesla still at 5.6, open down 9.46%. Yields are still strong on the session, 10 and 2 still elevated. Nat gas still pushing, crude oil still pushing. A little bit of selling off of that prior day high. The markets have broken out in the 10-minute candle, but we haven't confirmed the breakout just yet. So maybe that's just one big liquidity sweep. We'll find out. But so far, the market's putting in some higher highs, higher lows, still resuming that uptrend, but big divergences across small cap and your relative strength. A lot of selling across the majority of other sectors. It's just your mega cap tech holding things pretty elevated. Let me look at some other swing trades here, like TTD. That's still trying to firm up off of the lows. Adobe. That's still trying to find a little bit of support down here. What are their names? Oh yeah, I know you were looking at that GDDY. How's that doing today? Still just consolidating above that 7-day moving average, though. Not looking too bad. Seeing a little bit more sell side pressure hitting the tape. Today you got a really nasty down move in your home builder stocks. Again, a lot of distribution in the market. They've disguised the selling through mega cap tech concentration. Roku getting slapped today. That's down 3.37. GameStop slightly negative. SMCI still holding some technical strength, up about 3. A big sell side liquidity grab candle. Looks like the S&P could be potentially doing a fake breakout on your hourly time frame here. Could potentially be doing a little bit of a fake liquidity grab at the all-time high there. We'll see if they want to sell it. Open starting to come in a little bit more. Qs are coming in. Your socks are back to the negative side. I still think socks is going to go down to that gap fill. Quite interesting to see the markets holding this well. IWM going for new lows on the session, guys. So look at that Russell. Russell is definitely eating some nasty, nasty sell side pressure. Apple still remarkably strong on the tape. All right, what else we got going on in this market? Some biotech stocks are moving. NRSN, EO, Rivian still down sharply. BABA under 153 still. Jets ETF down a little bit. Pfizer, Twilio down. Walmart green. Regional banks still slightly negative. Silver up 1.51. That's made a nice move. Abercrombie and Fitch down 5.95%. So names like AEO are finally going through a little bit more distribution. ANF going through a little bit more distribution. So we closed our VFC yesterday at the highs, and look at that. Nice little down move. Let's look at Nike. I've been wanting to maybe buy Nike as a bit of a trade into the World Cup. Still a little bit of ways, but I've been wanting to potentially buy Nike as a bit of a World Cup trade. We'll see. Lyft doing quite well today. Uber doing quite well. That SMPS trade Seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Let's look at UNH again today. Yeah, UNH looks like it could go down back to this 353 zone. Looking a little bit distributive. IWM just printed new lows, guys. You do have open looking pretty heavy here as well. Again, it tested this 930 zone yesterday in the after hours. This head and shoulders target takes us down to about 850, but I wouldn't be surprised if we can even go lower. I mean, that move that had yesterday is one for the ages, that's for sure. All right, IWM continuing to fall here. Let's look at Micron. Micron still holding steady. WDC still a beast. They're still keeping this market strong with your mega cap tech names. Datadog negative, Baba still down 1.5%, Lulu down a couple percent, almost 3%, ACN down, Hershey down, Adobe down, Costco down, RKT down. Again, a lot of weakness in the market today. Majority of sectors are red. Relative strength is not there today in your S&P 500. No relative strength in your small caps. It's pretty much your mega cap tech. S&P 500 just barely green while the Qs are up 0.38%. Amazon flipping back to the negative side. Microsoft still acting phenomenally well. Apple still trying to hold this S&P up with Nvidia and Tesla. Tesla still trying to grind to the upside here. Open just printed a new low of day. So open getting a little bit heavier here. Apple still holding steady. S&P still holding steady. Russell 2000 still coming in off the highs. S&P 500 looks like it's had a bit of a failed attempt at a breakout. Could come back down to the low of this range if it doesn't hold this breakout zone. But you still have strength in Apple and Nvidia. And your stocks have firmed back up, slightly positive on your SOXX. Dollar's still going through a little bit of distribution. Nvidia is still holding technical structure. VIX is still slightly depressed here. A little bit of a pullback in your quantum stocks. They've been pretty much strong all morning. Micron pushing for another high there, sweeping the all-time high, I believe, on Micron. Yep, Micron just printed another new all-time high there. So officially hitting a double top there on Micron. But a Micron did make a new all-time high sweep, guys. So you can see piercing that little area on MU. What a move on Micron. Stopping out some short traders there, likely. We'll see if that hurts the semis in any sort of way. Micron still holding, Nvidia still holding, Apple, Tesla still all holding, Amazon just went negative. So that little bit of a down move Came from a drop there in Amazon. Let's look at Mr. Softy. Microsoft's still pumping here, guys. So Microsoft's been on a tear, approaching that inside high of that consolidation range there. Crazy move. IWM still making new lows on the session while they're propping this market up. Oracle still coming in sharply on Oracle. Starting to see a little bit more distribution. Your Dow components are negative, Bitcoin struggling. 10-year yield is pushing here, guys. 10-year yield moving up a little bit higher here. Tesla's still at the highs. Apple's still pushing. Tesla's starting to see some distribution. Opens giving us new lows on the session. SPY still holding. So pretty slow day in S&P. The trend was clear in the Russell. We'll see if they want to sell it off into the London close here in about 15 minutes. Open is hitting that pre-market after hours level that we hit yesterday. And it had a really big bounce. Nvidia, Apple pushing. Amazon still curling down. Microsoft still trending. Google's made a nice recovery. Meta's still slightly negative. Netflix still down 1%. JP Morgan trying to make a push to the positive side. Oracle still taking it on the chin, down 4.6%. Getting some volume there. Open now down 11.8. 12% now on open. Lulu struggling today. Duolingo still strong. Nvidia is still holding at the highs. S&P 500 still a machine. Holding technical strength. IWM trying to get back above 239. Open is getting heavy here, guys. Open getting very heavy. Not much volume on the buy side here that I'm seeing. So open is seeing a little bit of a lower volume sell-off down here. Interesting. Which tells me they might want to take it lower. Nvidia still holding technical structure. Apple's still looking like a bull flag on your 10-minute chart. Nvidia trying to push for another high of day. SMCI doing well. GDX is selling off a little bit more. Gold still positive. S&P 500 still holding that little bit of a breakout zone. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Apple starting to curl slightly lower. Nvidia still acting well. Tesla still trying to hold at the highs. 388.46 on Tessie. Nvidia curling down now. Dixie trying to climb to the upside. A little bit more selling hitting the S&P 500 here. Bit more selling hitting your SPY, trying to stage a little bit of a failed breakout at the all-time highs. Testing that OR high. So this is where the bulls need to step in. This is where the bulls should try to step in to defend price. If they don't, then we're going to test that opening range low. So open getting heavier, S&P getting a little heavier here. QQQ coming in, your Dixie's trying to pump a little bit. Open printing new lows, Nvidia curling down. Apple's still bouncing onto its value area high. So interesting that Apple's still holding technical structure during this little bit of a dip. Open's showing some serious distribution here. Nvidia getting heavier here. Tesla still holding up quite well. Your Dixie's trying to make a little bit of recovery back above its prior day high. So the markets were trending because the Dixie faltered and fell sharply. Now it's trying to recapture this bullish level. So the Dixie's trying to make a little bit of a run higher here. Open still looking a little heavier. S&P still holding that opening range high. Back inside this little bit of a wedge pattern. Maybe a topping tail forming on your QQQ 1 hour chart. Why AMD rocketing? Well, AMD's probably catching a bid because it's more of one of your oversold semiconductors, and you can see you're holding this little bit of a backtesting trend line. But the markets are at all-time highs, right? And AMD has the heaviest weighting in your stocks. And you've certainly seen some distribution in Broadcom recently over the last couple of sessions, so maybe you're going to get some smart money taking profits on Broadcom and rotating into AMD since it's pulled back quite a bit more, but just a little bit weaker on the overall semiconductor chart. All right, you're still getting the markets bouncing off that opening range high. Not that much volume being accumulated here on open. Not that much volume. Interesting. SPY still being defended. QQQ, no hourly topping tail just yet. Nvidia coming under some pressure. So Nvidia tried breaking out there. It's still holding its back testing zone here, but if it fails this breakout, it should head back down to the low of the wedge. Apple's still remarkably strong here, bouncing sharply off of that value area high. So still acting very well. IWM stabilizing a little bit after its initial sell side pressure. Open still looking heavy. Microsoft is still soaring and roaring. Again, the divergence right now in the market is clear. Look at Microsoft ripping. RSP continues to trickle down to the lows while your big boys are continuing to suck all of the liquidity out of this market right now. So interesting. It's almost people are moving defensively. They're moving their high growth stocks. IWM investments are getting sold today, and they're definitely moving it into your bigger tech heavy balance sheet stocks. So that is a bit of a defensive trade and investor signal. People are moving their cash predominantly into your mega cap tech today. Open just printed new lows there, testing 915, down 13% on the session. So open getting a little bit heavier here. The selling in open has been pretty controlled today. You haven't seen any big red bar downs Volume is still pretty light, which is telling me that there's not much buying occurring here. Dixie still trying to press. S&P still trickling here. IWM still near the lows. QQQ still holding quite steady on the Qs. Very strong price action on your NASDAQ. That's a very, very good. S&P coming in a little bit more now. Just a little bit. QQQ has a lot of support between 585.20 and 584.67. All right, S&P starting to break down a little bit more. Testing that opening range high yet again. Open door, Nvidia getting a little bit heavier now itself. Dixie still pushing. Nat gas and oil still pushing. Dow components negative. Again, majority of sectors in the S&P are red. GDX down 0.5%. Oracle down 4.77. BABA down 1.6, still under 153. Apple still remarkably strong, and so is Tesla. They haven't really sold this mega cap rally yet. S&P going through a little bit more distribution here. But Apple's still remarkable. IWM now curling back down. Google, Meta negative. Netflix, JP Morgan, Lilly all negative. Amazon struggling today. Nvidia coming in hard. So you got to watch now Microsoft and Apple and Tesla. Those three are keeping this S&P 500 from truly seeing a hard downward fall. There's really no relative strength today in the market. RSP near the lows. S&P getting heavier here. Open coming in, down 13% on open. SPY still struggling a little bit off of this region. You have Qs now seeing selling. Still no selling in Apple. No selling in Apple yet. Markets are still looking to put in potentially higher lows. So again, if this is a failed breakout at the highs, guys, we could see quite a bit of selling continuation. But we need to get that lower low signal. Again, you take out this little bit of a lower pivot here, 657.30-ish. That would be pretty bearish in my opinion. And believe it or not, the selling is still, Apple hasn't moved, Tesla hasn't moved. Tesla may be putting in an intraday bear flag on your 5-minute chart, but Apple just a beast right now. Microsoft still beasting. Big bounce on your S&P there. Micron still holding technical structure. Oracle still coming in hard. A little bit more red starting to appear across the indices or across certain names. Big Bear AI still holding strength. IWM still hasn't taken out the lows. It's holding just off of the lows. So a nice bounce there on SPY. Trying to recover here. Big candle up back on SPY, retesting that OR high. 10-minute chart, 5-minute chart, you're still putting in some higher lows, higher highs. The bullish trend is still technically intact. Dixie's trying to push a little bit more now. Oracle's still struggling here. Google's still trying to hold steady, trying to firm up. Apple's still a one-way powerhouse. Look at Apple. Apple is just soaring here. Soaring and roaring for Apple. Pretty impressive move there, I must admit. Tesla still holding constructive bullish price action. Nvidia looking a little bit heavier here. Nvidia might want to go back to the negative side. We are seeing a potential little failed breakout out of its wedge pattern on Nvidia. So perhaps that wants to go a little bit lower. Tesla trying to curl to the upside, IWM curling to the downside. SPY briefly was negative there. Now it's back to the positive side. Still going through some distribution. Baba's trying to stabilize a little bit. Nice move on VST. Micron still holding technical strength at the highs. WDC still off of those lows. Nvidia still curling in just a little bit here. Looking at Riot for a buy. So heavily tied to crypto, Bitcoin. Honestly, I still think that crypto's had its run here. I mean, you look at why crypto's run, right? It's been running on easing policy. It's been running on a weak dollar. So um, crypto, I still think needs more consolidation, backing, and filling to digest the recent move. So I don't really like Riot, personally speaking. Bitcoin's acting a little bit better here. I'm still personally short Bitcoin and Ethereum, close to the all-time highs. But I personally don't like them here, but that's just me. You know, you look at Mara, let's look at MSTR for you real quick. You know, MSTR's chart, just based off of technical structure, if If I didn't know that MSTR was tied to Bitcoin, I'd be buying this chart. Technically, it's a nice area to buy. That being said, I just am leaning slightly a little bit more bearish. Crypto hasn't hit my downside targets just yet. Um, so I think that there could be a bit more distribution. The total crypto market cap bounced nicely off of the neckline, but I still think that we need to retest the 3.3 trillion mark for crypto. So liquidating another, call it 400 or 500 billion out of the crypto. That's what I personally see coming, but we'll see. So I think patience in the crypto space will be rewarded. All right, Nvidia is still seeing a little bit of distribution. Tesla holding strength. Yeah, I do trade crypto. I trade crypto for sure. My biggest flop, I started trading crypto in I think it was 2019. And my biggest regret in life was not buying Bitcoin. The lowest price that I could have bought Bitcoin at was about 3,300. Just above 3,000. And that was my biggest regret. One of my good friends, you know, God bless him, when we went through that COVID crash, he ended up doing some like 10 or 100x leverage at the time on a platform in Bitcoin and minted millions. I remember we were playing basketball at the court and we got some big alerts going off and he was like, "Oh, I'm going long. I'm putting 100k, 100x leverage." He says, "I'm just going all in on Bitcoin." And oh my goodness, he just absolutely minted profits. And I was a little bit chicken. I traded a little bit, but never ever went full port leverage. I mean, it could have blown up in his face, but obviously, at the end of the day, he made a ton of money. A ton. All right, so S&P coming back down to that opening range low, still holding some higher lows in the technical price action. The Dixie's trying to curl to the upside, getting a little bit more distribution across the tape. It does appear like the S&P has had a little bit of a failed breakout. You still have technical strength in the Qs, Tesla, Apple, and Microsoft. Microsoft is still continuing to push here to the upside. So Microsoft hasn't had any sort of distribution right from the opening candle. It is just continuing to fly to the upside, coming into a wide range red bar candle at 512 level. But Microsoft has also been a culprit for keeping this market up in full force. So you can see the little resistance area that you're now coming into for Microsoft. But this name has just been a beast, an absolute beast. So if Microsoft sees any sort of distribution, that could cause the S&P and Qs to fall a little bit, which as you're seeing right now, a little bit of a reversal, S&P coming in, looking like SPY wants to try to break down from this wedge. And again, if you break this wedge pattern, guys, and give us a lower low, we have a target taking us back to this 656 zone. 656, but market is still in a technical uptrend. You're still holding in this little bit of an intraday pattern, higher lows, but this needs to be warranted as a potential failed breakout at the all-time highs. So we'll see. And what is putting this market likelier that we see a little bit more downside is the fact that you do have material weakness across the broad market. There's no relative strength in this tape today other than mega caps. Small caps are getting hit really hard. S&P is now negative. Looking for that first lower low retest. Let's see if it gives it to us. Big Bear AI is still pushing here. BBAI acting well. Oracle almost down 5% on the tape. Open still down about 12. QQQ starting to come in just a little bit. Just a little bit here. Market is still trying to hold through Apple's strength. So Apple's now taking a little bit of a leadership and trying to push here. Dixie seeing some slight rejection. You can see the S&P is defending this wedge pattern. It's like crazy, eh? Crazy wedge pattern being defended. Microsoft still coming in. QQQ still trying to come in. Oracle now down over 5% on the session. Well, still trying to push. Microsoft coming in. Nvidia trickling slightly lower. S&P 500 still holding here. Can we get a lower low? Okay, so SPY continuing to trickle down here. Just give me a second, guys. I'll be right back. Decent little decline. SPY did give us our first little lower low, but we haven't closed yet. So this 5-minute candle has about 40 seconds left. Let's see if we did get a 1-minute close. So we did get a 1-minute close lower low, but I like to see a bit of a decent time frame close. We're still holding above that OR low, but we're seeing a little bit of distribution coming back into the picture. Markets are trying to break from that wedge. Apple's still surging here. No stopping Apple just yet. Pretty remarkable. Pretty remarkable. IWM just printed a new low. Yeah, I know. I agree with you, Ram. But this market is still a beast, right? I agree. I agree. Like my max downside move when I did my calculation today, my max downside move is 654.50 around that area for SPY. 654.50 is where I think we could go. That's what I calculated for my max measurement, which seems pretty crazy, right? 654.50 is all the way down here. But we want to give the market the benefit of the doubt. The bulls are still holding higher lows, even though we wick through it there. This little low pivot. This is the big one. If you crack that OR low, then you're going to get a lot of people exiting their longs, and you're going to get some shorts slamming this market. So that's the big level, is that OR low. But for now, the market's still holding structure. For now. Still got the whole back half of the afternoon. We'll see if people want to move more defensive. It does look to me that people smart money has moved more defensively. They've piled out of high growth stocks and into mega cap. Obviously, if the market were to fall, mega cap tech in theory would fall less. Right? Nice bounce on Open, OPEN, seeing a really solid bounce. Apple's still strong, Microsoft's still strong. New lows for the IWM guys. So IWM is continuously printing new lows. What's interesting is we do have the 10-year yields starting to really push here, guys. Long end of the curve is absolutely ripping here. That's why small caps are so weak right now. And that's why you're actually seeing Apple strong, because Apple likes higher interest rates because it's a cash cow. It generates so much cash, way more than any other company. And in theory, they're a bit of a banking stock where they have so much cash that they just invested and they earn a little bit of principal interest. So you're definitely seeing that's one of the reasons why Apple's so strong today, with yields absolutely flying today on the long end. Apple loving those higher rates with so much cash on its balance sheet, right? S&P still holding that key lower boundary support. Opens had a nice bounce. Google's back to the green side. SMCI still trying to hold steady. Gold still holding steady. Ethereum still pushing for 2%. The Dixie still trying to push here. IWM just printed new lows. S&P retesting that a little bit of an initial wedge pattern breakdown. Obviously, you will have a little bit of additional support, just slightly higher. Apple sort of seeing a little bit of distribution. Tesla still holding up 5.71%. WTI crude seeing a little bit of selling. Google back to the dark side, Meta to the dark side. Netflix is under a lot of pressure, down 1.37% on Mr. Flix itself. Let's look at WBD. Been an absolute powerhouse pretty much all session. Let's look at WDC. Still coming in just a little bit. Look at this IWM, guys. It just keeps on trickling. Keeps on trickling. Makes you wonder. Surprised that we haven't seen any more distribution in the Qs and SPY. Qs are starting to come in just a little bit now. A little bit more selling in your NASDAQ. SOX is starting to come in just a little bit. It's doing well too. That's up 7.5%. Wolf is still up 10.6. WBD still up 12.65. Open down 9.8. Wilds is still up 20.84. Really strong move. Joby still up a couple. Pfizer down 3. Rivian getting slapped. Down 6. BMNR getting a little bit faded from the highs here, but still up 2.6. Neo slightly green. QBTS not as strong as IONQ. BBAI still up about 4%. Apple seeing a little bit of distribution. Nvidia curling to the upside. IWM still weak here at the lows of its session. All right, so QQQ starting to come in a little bit now. Getting a little bit of mega cap tech distribution. Nvidia is still holding steady. Imagine they replicate this move on the Qs. That measured move would take us back down to prior day low. Apple's still holding though. Dixie is starting to press here, guys. New lows on the Russell. So your US dollar chart is trying to firm up here. Gold's starting to see a little bit of distribution. Amazon's falling a little bit harder now at the lows. SPY is just slightly negative. Just slightly. Tesla's still pushing. 390 on deck for Tessie. What are we, 12 o'clock? All right, let's do a quick SPY volume check right now. So yeah, it's pretty measly volume so far. 21.47 million shares on SPY. You can double that. We'll probably trade around 42 to 45 million today. That is peanuts. Very small. Very small volume on the S&P 500. Another buy program hitting the market. Mega Cap Tech buy program. You have insider news on Rivian. What's the news there, JP? Care to share? Recalls or what? Rivian backtesting its daily 200 moving average. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6 hours of sell side. S&P 500 back to the top of the wedge, just chopping around. Chopping around. Markets are trying to firm up yet again. Still chopping in that range. Tesla pushing here. TSLA is a beast. Apple curling up, Nvidia curling up. Rivian is building a second major plant in Social Circle, Georgia, with construction resuming in 2026 and production starting by 2028. The greenfield site will be used to build the upcoming R2 and R3 models. The project has received a conditional 6.6 billion loan from the U.S. Department of Energy to help complete construction and increase annual production capacity of 400,000. Nice. Thanks for the information there, Ram. Appreciate that. Interestingly enough, the stock is down pretty sharply. Intel's down sharply today, down 1.32%. Interesting. CoreWeave got smoked. CoreWeave down to 105 and change. Looking like it wants that gap fill. Let's look at Circle. CRCL also down sharply right now. Losing a bit of momentum. Going through some of these other semiconductors. TXN still at the lows. AMAT trying to hold a little bit. ON. That's still trying to break down. Let's look at ASML. ASML, strong chart, looking like it wants to keep pressing there. CRUS, this is one that I've been looking for an entry on. Sears, but it hasn't given me a level that I've liked just yet. NXPI still coming in just a little bit. Qualcomm. Qualcomm really has been stuck consolidating for a long time here. S&P 500 slightly green now, just chopping around, kind of in no man's land. Let's look at Skyworks. Yeah, that's sitting right on a 200 moving average, holding higher lows. And AMVA, that's curling pretty sharply down. OKTA still struggling, hasn't found its legs here, just putting in a bit of a basing formation. Taiwan Semi slightly green today. TSM. It's a strong chart still. Broadcom is firmed up. IWM getting sold into here. AMD is firmed up off of the lows again. Still trying to hold that Semis. Let's look at these 3D printing stocks. That's coming in. NNDM. Nothing there. SYSS. Nothing there. XNTR. Chart is grinding. SMTR. Interesting. You say QQQ puts look better than SPY? I don't know. Qs are holding relative strength. Much stronger than the S&P right now. But we'll see. Should have just hopped in IWM puts at the open. That would have been that was the sleeper trade. That would have been it. We do have open trying to curl back down to the lows. So seeing a little bit more distribution there. Let's look at C3AI. What is that name doing? Big pump and dump. Still near the lows. Still want to buy that name, but needs to go lower. Let's see what else we can find here. Here, large caps. Oops. Intuit's getting rocked really hard right now. Let's look at AIRE. Real Alpha Tech Corp. Ripping today up 22% on the session. This AIR is holding an intraday pretty bullish pattern. This would kind of be your long level to trade it with a nice stop loss at that red bar low. Not looking too bad. Obviously, it's got a lot of upside momentum, but getting very extended here. Let me just see the 125 million market cap. Okay. Certainly enough volume today. Certainly enough volume today. I mean, it's hard to chase off of a 3-bar surge. This is typically indicates an exhaustion move. 1, 2, 3, especially with 2 gap ups in between. So I would wait for this name to back and fill, at least retest that 1-year moving average, which is sitting at a $1.04. It's kind of the minimum zone. Intraday, though, you might be able to trade it here on the long side with a tight stop loss around that 144, 145 low. No problem. S&P 500 going for another high push here. Boeing's had a really couple nasty days of sell side pressure here. Coming into a double bottom. You did sweep that low pivot. Nice bounce on the day trade front. But if Boeing gaps down on Monday, that would be a nice potential day trade. So gap down on Boeing tomorrow would be, or sorry, on Monday would be nice to see. S&P still very strong, pushing here, at least trying to. Again, you're getting your strength from your big boys. Tesla still pushing, Apple consolidating, Nvidia trying to curl up. Seeing a little bit of selling here. Open trying to go for the lows here, down 13.2% and falling. Copper stocks got sold into a little bit. Same thing with gold miners. mRNA, big down move for Moderna today. Dropping. Look at mRNA. Nasty. That is a big drop. Down 7.9% on mRNA. Holding steady. A little bit more selling, back testing that previous little breakout zone. Very choppy here. Looks like a distributive pattern. Let's see if we can take us back down to the low end of the range. Potentially a decent sized head and shoulders pattern forming. Obviously the market is still holding higher lows. Your QQQ starting to come in just a little bit. Dixie has faded. Bitcoin still negative. Ethereum still pushing. Tesla still holding up remarkably well. Open is going for new lows on the session, guys. Open door now looking to test that $9 area. It's coming in pretty sharply. Still extremely anemic volume down there on open, which is telling me that there's not much buy pressure occurring in that name. Not much buy pressure. IWM looks like it wants to go back down to the lows. S&P 500 getting a little bit heavier here. Back inside that original wedge pattern. Seeing Apple curling down. Open is still getting heavier. Duolingo, after being up 2%, is now negative on the session. A little bit more weakness starting to creep in to the overall market. Still have Microsoft showing unwavering strength. Unwavering. Amazon still under pressure. Tesla, Google, Meta, Apple, Microsoft, Nvidia holding steady. IWM looking for new lows on the session. That is a weak IWM chart. Apple curling slightly down. Dollar is seeing some heavy sell side pressure. Netflix still down 1.44%. Wow. Netflix getting decimated. Microsoft going for another new high of the day. Still pushing. Dixie seeing a hard sell off here. Looking like it's trying to go back to the negative side. Tesla pushing almost up 7%. Wow, what a mover. What a mover. Yep, nice call out there, Mohammed. Good call out. Open door did hit 10 bucks. Seeing a little bit of distribution now, down 13.3% on open. I still think open's a $4 or $5 stock, to be honest. But it might take some time. IWM is getting a nice bid here. So your Russell is starting to partake. It's faded a little bit. Nat gas is faded. Uranium is faded. Your commodity complex is coming under a little bit of pressure. Quantum stocks still strong. Micron coming in from the highs just a little bit. AMD coming in from the highs just a little bit. Seeing a little bit of a bid in RSP, IWM. But a lot of meat on the bone on that Tesla trade. Saying all the recommendations that bar chart made today are down. Interesting. Yeah, it's tough to always be right, right? You're gonna have down days. What are their recommendation curveballs? We're seeing Apple breaking down here. Apple's starting to see some distribution, getting some much heavier selling occurring. We'll see if it hits the S&P 500. Still have open at the lows of the session, down about 14% and dripping, looking to press below $9. Tesla still strong, but seeing a little bit of top wick distribution. Open is seeing some really heavy selling now. Down on the session 15.7%, sub $9 for open. Looking to fall a little bit lower. Interesting. Yeah, ARM is under a lot of pressure today. AVNW, let's take a peek at that one. I haven't looked at that today. Yeah, also down, eh? So, I mean, this is the problem, right? It's stocks, you can't always predict it, right? The market is going to do what the market's going to do. It's tough to always be right, but yeah, definitely some recommending buys off of that breakout and then they get sold into. Still a strong chart, AVNW. ARM though is definitely weak. ARM looks like it could go lower today. It looks like ARM could retest the 50-day, maybe even this previous little consolidation zone where it broke out. But yeah, ARM's heavy today. Looks like it could go lower today, to be honest. Apple seeing some really heavy distribution right now. So Apple's starting to come in pretty sharply. Tesla's now getting heavier. I'm surprised the S&P holding up this well. What's holding it up right now? I'm quite surprised. Yeah, it is funny. It is funny for sure. Almost like, were they selling off that breakout, making people hold the bag? You have to wonder, right? Potential pump and dump? Maybe. Maybe. All right, so your market is still acting okay right now. Qs are still looking to press here. Look at the Qs, how strong they are. Let's see if this is a liquidity grab. You certainly have Apple and Tesla coming in just a little bit. So we'll see if they want to result in a little bit more downside. Tesla is still strong. Apple's still up nicely. Again, relative strength in the market today is super weak. Still have RSP down 0.6% when SPY is up 0.6, so it's about a 0.66% divergence. And then obviously your QQQ is still holding technical structure. But we'll see if mega caps want to give up any of their gains at all. Final 3 hours in the market. Open still coming in. You still have Microsoft ripping up 2.17% on the back of that OpenAI partnership, continued development. Tesla pushing up 6.5%, confirming a daily and weekly chart breakout as of now. Apple up 1.3%. I believe Apple is pushing on the back of long-term yields pushing higher. Still have the Dixie slightly green. Crude oil has faded. Nat gas has faded a little bit. Uranium down 1.62%. Open going for new lows on the session. OPEN. Looking like a bit of bag holding on open today. Certainly still extended, even with the decline it's going through today, guys. It's certainly still extended. Now down 16.2% on open and falling precipitously. WDC is a tough stock to bet against. There's a lot of tough stocks right now. The market's still strong, right? I know. Same thing with like Micron, WDC. They're all friggin' so strong because the market's still holding technical structure, right? Look at Open. Open really starting to come in here, guys. S&P getting a little bit heavier. Q's maybe trying to form an hourly topping tail. We'll see. Still got 26 minutes left in the overall price action here. Are they going to keep drilling open? Come on, drill it down, open. Drill it down, baby. I mean, if we just look at this gap up move, just to show you, open's now coming into 382 fib retrace. 50% is at that 829. Head and shoulders target is at 850-ish. But we'll see. We'll see if they wants to push it lower here. It's looking pretty heavy in the short term. S&P now seeing a little bit of distribution itself. Potential hourly topping tail forming on their NASDAQ, QQQ. Imagine they take open all the way back down to the gap, final hard 3 hours of selling. That would not be on most people's radar, but I'm telling you, this shouldn't have had the move it had off of just that simple little CEO announcement. Absolutely just pumped it up. S&P 500 seeing a little bit more distribution. Sitting right on a 15-minute chart support. What else do we have here? That's a monthly chart. That 811 area is your monthly chart. Open is still falling here, guys. Let her go. Tumble her down. Let's see if we can get her much, much lower. How low can you go? Get heavy, open. Get heavier. I want to see you going lower. So where are we? Can they push open down 30% today? Can they push it down to the 618 fib retrace level? That would be pretty cool. Prior day low sitting at 742 for open. Such a big range, eh? Such a massive range. Qs are still seeing a little bit of distribution. You have the Russell starting to sell a little bit more now. Open's weekly chart is still so crazy. Nice job. We see this type of a move today. Is this going to be a head and shoulders on SPY? Come on, it's due for a pullback. S&P 500. You've been remarkable up here. Absolutely remarkable technical structure. Sold all your positions except for NVIDIA. You're hoping NVIDIA gets some volume. You can certainly find out. Yeah, Starfers, that's what I've been waiting for all day. You know, we've seen massive weakness under the hood of this market. There's been no relative strength across the indices. So I agree with your observations. Dow and small caps are negative. Smart money has moved their capital defensively into your mega cap tech. Everything else is selling off here. Even large cap stocks are selling. It's pretty much your mega cap holding this market. So I agree. WADS has dropped $1 since you scalped it this morning. Yeah, it's pretty remarkable as to how the S&P and Qs are holding up so steady here. I mean, Tesla is up 6, Microsoft up 2, Apple up 1.37. But we'll see if there's any sort of profit taking. It's getting a little bit later in the Friday session, so some of those momentum traders might start to take profits on, the Apple longs, the Tesla longs, the Microsoft longs. So we could see a little bit of weakness here into the close. But you got to give it to mega cap tech. I mean, remarkable price action. Remarkable. That's for sure. The Dow could hit 45,800 and Russ could hit 2393. Thank you for those targets. Indicates still a pretty decent fall. But look at the SPY. They just do not want to let this market fall at all. S&P 500 still showing strength. Yeah, very slow day. No real trend in the S&P, right? It's just been chopping, 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 chopping. You've had a trend in the IWM. You've had a trend, a little bit of a trend in the Qs, but definitely no real major trend in the S&P. No trend in the S&P. Something real quick, guys. So we have the Russell 2000 starting to firm up just a little bit. You have Apple starting to show a little bit more weakness off of this gap fill zone. Tesla, that's still near the highs. What a beast. An absolute monster. The dollar just absolutely imploded, guys. So look at the DXY. Another failure at a breakout. Just a filthy little move down for the DXY. Crazy. It just cannot get out of its own way. It's like it's running and then it's tripping over its own shoelaces. Just cannot do anything there for the Dixie. So now you're starting to see the S&P 500 kind of narrow that divergence between the Qs. And same thing with the Russell. The Russell's trying to move up recently. It's tightening up that divergence spread between tech, small caps. So you're seeing a little bit of strength come back into the relative strength based part of the market. RSP trying to firm up here as your NASDAQ stocks are seeing a little bit of selling. IWM obviously making a nice move. Open a nice little bounce on your 10-minute chart. S&P 500 just trying to grind higher and higher here. Yeah, I'm close to fading WDC on the swing trade side. I was waiting for that official high pivot sweep. That official high pivot. So we might get it. The only reason I didn't do is because we never officially made that high. Really strong bounce on BABA today. BABA absolutely had a beautiful bounce off those lows. So nice job taking profits this morning in the options group. Supreme Leader saying only holding 4 stocks, trying to sold all the rest to buy on the low. 4 stocks are up: Hoth, MU, Palantir, and SMCI. MongoDB is just at 0.2. Been a good day overall. Let's take a peek at HOTH again. Yeah, so got faded from its highs. Let's look at Micron. So full disclosure there, Supreme. I just started fading Micron, swing trading, just a starter. Let's look at Palantir. I haven't looked at PLTR, but I think it's strong. Yep. Yeah, Palantir has been strong on the session. Palantir right back to the highs of that chart. Again, this is why it's a tough name to fade above those 7 and 20 moving averages, getting momentum buying. S&P 500 trying to break out yet again. Potential inverse head and shoulders triggering on SPY. SPY is trying to push here. Beautiful breakout there. Let's see if it can confirm it. But that type of breakout gets you to that 659.30 zone. That would be crazy move. That would be a crazy move. Guys, look at LAZR. That's trying to break out to the high side. Beautiful. This one could absolutely start to squeeze, guys. You're getting some volume on laser luminar technologies LiDAR starting to run. I thought it was lagging Tesla today. I really did. Seeing Nvidia starting to break down a little bit on its intraday chart. You're seeing a little bit more of that liquidity coming out of certain semiconductors, finding other parts of the market. So Nvidia is starting to come in just a touch here. That original trend line is still in place. Man, look at WBD. 97 hourly RSI, 87. That is crazy. What the heck? Hitting 19 plus. That was my target, but scary to step in front of that thing on the short side. What a chart. Jeez. I mean, some of these charts have just gone absolutely insane in such a short period. But maybe now it wants to go to your weekly chart resistance, 20 bucks. I'm gonna wait till it hits just over 20 bucks. That's crazy. WBD, what a monster. I mean, there's probably a short here just to scalp, but wow. Wow is just right. Crazy. Remarkable price action in some of these stocks. All right, interestingly enough, SPY still hasn't put in a higher high like the Qs. SPY still has not given us that higher high status. Seeing it getting a little bit heavier here. It's still up 6.75. GRAB, that's up 7.1. NVIDIA up 0.25%, but curling slightly down. Ticker Wolf up 13%. Joby up 2.4. American Airlines slightly green. Rivian down 5. Pfizer still weak. Wilds, WLDS still up 19.7%. QBTS, quantum stock, still up 6.5%. IONQ holding strength up 16.5%. Rigetti up 14. Big Bear AI up 4.5. S&P 500 seeing some slight distribution here. Oracle's down 4.9%. AVGO slightly green. Micron up 4.13. Tesla still ripping. Dixie selling. IWM had a little bit of a bounce, but looks like it may want to resume its bit of an intraday downtrend. Open Door has had a nice little bounce back above $9, but still down 14% on the tape. Google went from red to green, showing some continuation accumulation. %76% of people say the S&P 500 out of 13 votes will close negative today. 23% say no. Right now, fairly positive, but up on the session. I'm watching this LAZR. If it gets a pop, which I think it could, I'll be looking to take some profits. Struggling here, guys. Look at Amazon just cratering there, dumping. I don't know if there's a news candle on Amazon, but that just hurt the S&P 500 there. Single-handedly, that pretty much just knifed that. Nasty decline there on Amazon. We'll see if that hurts Tesla. Tesla's still up 394, 6.8%. But nasty decline there. Nothing hitting my feed yet for Amazon, but there's probably news, I would have to imagine. So if anyone sees any of the news, let me know. Try to get it out here pretty quickly. And see the S&P getting bid right back up. They just do not want to let this go down. Sellers on Amazon. Mercado Libre faces competitive barriers. Mexico watchdog rules. An investigation into Mexico's e-commerce market found that sellers on Amazon and Mercado Libre faced barriers to competition with the nation's antitrust watchdog COFIS said on Friday. However, the COFECE Commission was unable to reach consensus to order corrective measures against the firms, it added in statement. According to COFECE, Amazon and Mercado Libre did not provide sufficient information to sellers on how featured products are determined, while they also grant greater visibility to the products or sellers who contract logistics services with platforms. Let's look at Meli, M-E-L-I. Interestingly enough, Meli not really selling. It's just purely, it looks like a bit of an Amazon dump. Kind of cool. Kind of cool. So they could face a fine from the watchdog. So potential fine for Amazon. We'll see what it surmounts to, but a nice down candle there and really impacted the S&P, but right back up. Amazon looks like it wants to target that gap fill, but there's a ton of hourly chart support here, and it is fairly oversold intraday. But it does look like it wants to maybe go a little lower here. That gap fill, I mean, you're hitting on the daily chart, 50 moving average, right above that gap fill. So that's what they're defending right now on Amazon. Tesla's still near the highs. PO is live. GEMI, Gemmy is live. What do we got here? IPO price was 28. that where most people bought? Or the early investors? Thank you for that heads up. Here we're seeing more distribution in open. Open starting to come in just a little bit. I'll watch GEMI on my other screen here. It is options members. I did just trim some profits on LAZR. The spread did tighten up there between 9 and 11 cents, so I trimmed about 28% there. Interestingly enough, the spread is holding at 9 cents and 11 cents, even though it's coming in. SPY is starting to press here a little bit more. Ethereum right now is ripping. ETH, it's like a BMNR. Yeah, BMNR breaking out to the high side here. Look at that. Ripper. They are ripping crypto here. Tesla now up 7% on the sesh. So yeah, crypto is starting to catch some pretty decent liquidity here. Ethereum, Solana leading the charge. Bitcoin's lagging, but definitely turning a little positive here. S&P 500 trying to go for yet again new highs on the session. Kings, nice fall today on DKNG. Really good fall. Oof, you know what stock could start to really squeeze is SBET, especially if this Ethereum breakout holds. SBET could start to run here. Saying Jemmy is halted again. Yeah, look at that move. That's some crazy volatility. Can't even get your orders out fast enough. Just a 1 minute down. I mean, a 1 minute candle, 12% down. That's crazy. Crazy. S&P 500 going for new highs, new highs, new highs. Huge breakout there on the S&P 500. Massive breakout. Tesla at 395 and pushing. I took some lottos on SBET. SBET lottos. On the back of maybe Ethereum wants to hold these gains into the weekend. That is filthy. Do you have any shares long there, curveballs, on this GMEI? Jamie? Jemmy? Jamie? Wicking around like crazy. I'd take a stab at 28, maybe 30 bucks. I'd take a stab. Bit of a market push here. IWM is looking much, much better here into the end of the session. S&P still consolidating right above that previous day high. Ethereum had a nice breakout. A lot of stocks are trying to firm up off of the lows here. Mega cap tech seeing a bit of distribution here, but the broad market is trying to firm up. So SBET's sitting right on that prior day high. If they defend this one could have a late day squeeze with Ethereum. S&P 500 still looking constructive here. Ethereum still trading up over 3%. Nvidia curling down. IWM pushing up. Yields have softened. Crude oil softened. Gold softening. A little bit of a divergence between the Qs and SPY, but Qs recently have softened up a little bit as SPY's trying to push. Pretty nasty downside volatility for GEMI. Rams in SPY puts again late in the session. Good to know. Nice bounce on open. All right, so we're still seeing small caps trying to push into the 239.20 zone. Gold's still slightly green. Nat gas is getting faded. Bitcoin strong. Ethereum still trying to push. S&P 500 consolidating right on that prior day high, looking pretty strong, like it wants to squeeze into the end of the day. You're getting a little bit more participation from your relative strength-based stocks. Tesla still at the highs. Amazon recovering most of those losses from that initial Mexican announcement about a potential fine. You got Meta looking for a high of day breakout. You've got Google. Google once again going from red to green, showing great strength, but going through a little bit of backing and filling here. Nvidia still just chopping in a tight range, still holding above that key little breakout trend line. SPY's looking like it wants to try to press a little bit more. Apple still looking constructive, like it wants to push yet again into the end of the session. We got Mr. Microsoft, which has been pretty strong all session, beasting to the upside. Netflix, which has been weak all session, is trying to carve out a little bit of a base here, potentially a good risk reward for a long, a 0 DTE long on Netflix, using a tight stop loss. It's not looking too bad. IWM, we throw that up here, and IWM is looking pretty constructive, like it wants to test that OR low. Ethereum has had a late day surge here, pushing above 4,600, looking like it wants to push a little bit higher. BTC surging here late in the session. Solana strong, up 5.22%. So crypto stocks, if this gains hold, probably will look for a gap up on Monday. Crypto stocks are certainly into interesting level. I've been tempted to buy MicroStrategy down here. It's still kind of lagging and looks to me like it's could be a bit of a discounted play down here. I'm so tempted to get some call options. Even some commons down here aren't that risky if Bitcoin and crypto are going through a bit more of a rally here. I know options are quite expensive in this name, so I might be inclined to just buy some shares on MicroStrategy. Then in the event I don't get stuck in any sort of crazy volatility, but let me just see what some of these options are. So 360 MicroStrategy calls for October, that would be an implied move of just over 7%. That's doable. October 3rd. Do I pick up commons or do I pick up some calls? Dixie trying to go for new lows on the dollar. Yeah, so crypto stocks actually don't look too bad going into next week. MSTR 360 call October 3rd. What about September 26th? Bit more volume there. Much cheaper. Less time though. Let me look at this BTC chart again. Yeah, it's looking pretty constructive, Bitcoin, guys. Looking very constructive, like it wants to keep pushing. You're above all of your key moving averages. You've actually built a nice base here. Yeah, MSTR calls aren't bad. I'm going to take just to play it. Just to play it. That's what I'm going to do. Yeah, Bitcoin's squeezing here. Squeezing. Issued a couple new trade alerts, guys. One option trade, one investor trade. What's HIMS doing? I haven't looked at HIMS in quite a while. You do have NVIDIA curling down here, guys. So NVIDIA is seeing a little bit of distribution. Tesla's still up 7%. Your dollar is still weak, slightly green, trying to carve out a bottom. Yeah, look at HIMS. Wow. HIMS is a machine, eh? There's a clinical backtest of that 200-day and just ripping, 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 ripping. Nice breakout on crypto, guys. Crypto could have a strong weekend here. Very strong flag pattern, just flag after flag breaking out here. Crypto could have a strong, strong weekend. We should get back above 4.05 trillion on total crypto market cap. BM&R. Yeah, look at BM&R starting to squeeze a little bit more. Nice amount of volume there. Interesting, interesting. SPY pushing for new all-time highs. Beautiful mover. Big bounce up on open. Really big bounce. Okay, coin. Try and push. Mara. Try and push. Tesla now just over 7%. Google back green. Nvidia is still slightly seeing some distribution. S&P 500 squeezing into new highs. So this little 5-minute inverse head and shoulders takes us to about 659 on SPY. Pretty strong. Pretty strong. Nvidia is still seeing a little bit of distribution. Ethereum trying to push a little bit higher. Bitcoin still trying to push itself up 0.62%, back above 116,000. The Dixie's trying to go lower. Here comes SBET and crypto. Crypto is looking pretty strong here. Nvidia not really participating in this S&P 500 rally. Open's trying to make a little bit of a move here. Nice breakout on Alcoa. So aluminum stocks are looking decent, but really good break there. See the bounce that a firm had? Nice bounce off of that gap fill, which is exactly where we said you would look to cover. Finally, WDC giving us that high sweep. All right, finally, sweeping the highs. Now I'm ready to enter a short on WDC. Starting to pump this market higher. Look at that squeeze on the S&P. Huge push. What a ripper. What a crazy move there on SPY. SPY moving like a meme stock. SPY moving like a meme stock. Crazy mover there. They just absolutely wrecked. Whoever was short there. Look at this GEMI again. Again, crypto stocks look like they could squeeze into the close. Genie's still seeing a little bit of pressure there. Imagine they squeeze SBET here to 18 bucks. SPY's still trying to push. Interestingly enough, that was a big push on IWM as well. Monster candle on the S&P 500 there. Ethereum trying to take out the high of day. ETH going for a new high. MSTRs looking constructive. Bitcoin looking like a boss, up 0.83%, 116.4. ETH just tapping 46.30 again for the second time today. Nice push on small caps. The reason I'm watching SBET here is because Ethereum looks to be going in full squeeze mode. So names like BMNR, printing new highs of day. SBET, I think, can give us a new high of day, even this late in the session. It's got the momentum behind it. Volume starting to come in for SBET. Ethereum still trying to press. Nvidia now trying to press. Honestly, Ram, they're keeping this market strong. It's looking like they're going to keep this market strong into next week. Higher highs, it's a tough trend to fight. I got wrecked on my put options. Not gonna lie, I lost money on my puts. But this market's a monster. It's a monster. You just gotta keep making sure you trim your long positions into strength. Billy saying home builders are gonna sell off when they're starting to cut rates. Yeah, that's the theory, right? But right now, market's strong. SPY could still go higher. SPY could still push above 659. You know what's crazy is my year-end target for the S&P SPX is about 66 here, 66.30ish, 66.40 around there. But SPY just ripping here. Ethereum still holding structure. Are we extended intraday? Yeah, we are, but man, the market's still putting in higher lows, higher highs. All right, so SPY still acting very strong right now. Extremely powerful. Still could go above 659 with this little breakout candle. Ethereum still trying to get back above. You're seeing MSTR acting well. BTC soaring and roaring here. Ethereum putting in a nice 10-minute chart ascending triangle pattern like it wants to break out to the 4681 region. SPY still holding very strong technical structure right now. US dollar still at the lows. DPRO, Dragonfly trying to break out to the high of day. Fly, baby, fly. Fly, fly, fly. Very strong daily close for DPRO. This is one that I'm just sitting on. I think this one could be a probably within the next 6 to 12 months. I think Dragonfly could still be maybe a 2x, maybe. It's very risky, speculative, but I think we're gonna hit $8 at least. But we'll certainly monitor it. Nvidia curling slightly down, Dixie still going to the lows, Tesla softening a little bit here into the close as the rest of the broad market is starting to see a little bit of strength. Stock did well today. Dixie just took out the lows, printed new lows on the session. A little bit of a dip there. Looked like another news candle or something. Don't know if I think that was Nvidia. I believe that was Nvidia. That little downward candle. Saw a little bit of a rejection there. Amazon, TSLA, Tesla seeing a little bit of sell side. Just a little bit. Dixie new lows, guys. The US dollar hitting new lows. New lows. This market just doesn't go down. Even a big dip like that, just relentless. Bulls are full force in control as they try to push the S&P 500 higher. Ripping it. Ripping it. MSTR, hard down candle. Western Digital, still squeezing. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. Micron, still at the highs. No love for Oracle, still at the lows. Netflix, still trickling down. Open Sesame, down 12%. Still coming in. S&P 500 going yet again for another high push. Look at that. Boom, boom. Just straight up. Yeah, market makers do not want to let this market go down too quickly. They are keeping this firm into the Fed meeting. FOMC next week, September 17th. So make sure you have capital for September 17th. It's a Wednesday, hump day. We will be seeing the Federal Reserve more than definitely cutting rates by about quarter basis point. There's a small chance of a probability of a 50 basis point cut. Unlikely, but there's a chance. There's a chance. And when the markets think there's a chance, they just absolutely moonshot. There is the target of your inverse head and shoulders that was down here just completed. So that is the upside target. Big monster move to the upside there. SPY tapping 659. Pretty remarkable, eh? Pretty remarkable price action. Dixie's hitting your pre-market low. Tesla at 393 up 6.6, but pulled off of its highs. Amazon still down 1. Micron up 5, WDC up 2.4. Crazy. Open still getting sold into a little bit. Nvidia now getting a fat 5-minute candle on Nvidia. Nvidia is looking to squeeze into the close. Will it squeeze? Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. Let's look at BMNR. ORBS. How's that doing? What an absolute pump and dumper. I mean, nasty. Filthy. They're going to squeeze these Ethereum treasury stocks here into the close. You certainly have the backdrop. BMNR's been squeezing pretty much all day. They could give them a nice squeeze into the end of the session. Your Russell 2000 still acting well. S&P 500 still trending here. High amount of volume starting to get traded in this vicinity. Nvidia pushing, trying to get back above 178. IWM recapturing quite a bit of its losses from the morning session. Ethereum still testing 46.22. Open door, continuing to sell. How is GEMI doing? Last time I checked, it was under pressure. Yep, still under pressure. Under pressure. Smith and Wesson. SWBI. Bang bang. Looking to push a little bit. S&P 500 seeing a little bit of 1 minute top wick distribution. IWM seeing some distribution. Your US dollar continuing to crater and implode. Head, shoulders, knees, and toes, dropping it down to the lows. BTC still looking like a rocket. Ethereum looking like a rocket. Crypto could have a fun weekend this weekend. Ripple making ripples. Solana making some moves here. Actually, Solana's just digesting its recent run. Chainlink making a move. BNB, Binance, 923, up 2.33%, making a move. Someone asked me about crypto stocks earlier. Well, I think with price action in crypto land looking pretty strong at the end of the day here, crypto next week probably going to run into that Fed meeting. Probably going to have crypto stocks running. That's what we're seeing here. BMNR breaking out to the high side. How is CRCL doing? That's another one. Circle. Ooh, Circle. A little bit of an arbitrage opportunity. Breakout, backtest, shakeout, fake out. What's it gonna do? Circle. Nice little weekly. Interesting. How's CoreWeave doing a little bit today? Last time I checked, it was under a lot of pressure. Bouncing sharply with the entire market. Yippers. Yep, yep, yep. CoreWeave looking filthy. Dollar still under pressure. Tesla still holding steady. S&P 500 coming in a little bit. Apple Dapple still looking constructive. Google still looking poised for move higher. Amazon making a nice recovery. Mr. Softy still looking so strong. Microsoft. Although Microsoft I don't think should even be here. I think it should be a $500 stock. $495 is its fair value for the remainder of the year. But strong day today for Mr. Softy, that's for sure. A very strong day. God, I'm tempted to swing more BABA puts. I mean, we took a nice chunk of profit at the lows this morning, and it's right back up. Alibaba showing strength. Crazy, crazy, crazy. But we'll let it sweep the highs before we short it again. Ethereum making another run, potentially for the high of day. Crypto's pushing. Let's look at the Qs. QQQ. Whoa, look at the divergence. Qs are so strong. IWM seeing a hard sell candle down on the Russell here. A really filthy sell. That is downright dirty. Downright dirty. Crypto still holding steady. The Russell coming in sharply. Open door, hanging in there. It's going to be an interesting week tomorrow. We will see Fed rate cut. We will see what happens. If it's a buy the rumor or sell the news. So far, they're buying the rumor. We will see if it's a sell the news. Let's look next week. So Monday next week, pretty quiet. You only have a bit of manufacturing data in the morning, got some short dated treasury auctions. Tuesday, you have a little bit of housing data, core retail sales. That can be market moving. And then you got the Canadian CPI. Got some manufacturing data on Tuesday, got 20-year bond auction, Atlanta Fed GDP, and then Wednesday's the interesting day because you got building permits, more housing data, and then you got the BOC, Bank of Canada rate decision in the morning, and you got the Federal Reserve decision in the afternoon at 2 o'clock. Jerome Powell, will he pump the markets up like he did at Jackson Hole? Remember Jackson Hole? That was a crazy pump. And then we progress into Thursday. And what does Thursday leave us with? Thursday leaves us with initial job loss claims in the morning. And that's pretty much your big thing. Then you go to Friday, which there's nothing really on Friday other than some Canadian data, some oil data. So it'll be interesting to see what happens here. Crypto stocks are seeing a little bit of selling here. Ethereum seeing some selling. Russell market seeing some selling. Sorry, guys. Yeah. Yeah, I am muted. I was just going through some proposed sales, insider trading. Um, Thank you. Thanks for that mic check. So I'll start over again. I'm just going through some insider buys and sells, guys. It's just the ones that are worth mentioning that I'm observing today. Oracle has seen a director, I believe. Let me just double, yeah, sorry, an officer. There's a proposed sale for today of all of his shares. Officer Clayton McGurk selling 21,000 shares, 6.3 million, $297 price. So liquidating his entire Oracle holdings. That's a big sale, proposed sale. It's probably completed. It was proposed today. Then you did have an insider from WBD, an officer, proposing to liquidate all of his shares at $18. So this officer of Warner Brothers Digital Media here proposed to sell 150,000 shares at 18 bucks, 2.7 million. So you can see it's even shot higher, but that's a big transaction, dumping all of his shares. Then there was a big buy from Mr. Eric Sprott today, HYMC. Eric Sprott, a world-renowned precious metals, specifically a specialist in miners, multi-billionaire. Eric Sprott today increased his position in HYMSC. He was already a 10% owner, but added another 9.3 million shares. Um, so that buy went through today. He bought at roughly $4.28. Actually, that would have went through on September 10th. Sorry, that went through on September 10th. Down on this candle. Where is September 10th? Somewhere in here. So increasing his stake there. Airbnb has an officer selling all of his shares, 11,500 shares, 1.4 million. So Airbnb seeing a little bit of net liquidation. The person inside Airbnb is an officer, Nathan Blekarczyk. Blekarczyk? I don't know who that is. Proposed sale that should go through today, 122.99. Selling all of his shares, 1.4 million in proceeds. Let's just keep going through here. I was discussing what else? Billy. That's a proposed sale. Nothing too important there. IVZ. The heck is this ticker? IVZ. Nice little decline here into the end of the session. So IVZ saw the senior managing director, Stephanie Butcher, sold on September 10th a really about 70% of her shares, netting 2.82 million in the sale at 22.12. So a couple days ago, she sold the majority of her shares. Interesting. AROW, Arrow saw an insider buy. That was September 10th. The senior vice president, treasurer, and CFO bought an extra 5,000 shares, increasing the total to 24,000. So it's about a 25% increase in the amount of shares that he owns, buying at 29.10. So just in this vicinity here. That's a decent buy. VST, guys. VST, there's a big proposed sale here. Vistra. So just keep that on watch. An officer is proposing to sell all 21,000 shares today at 202.84. So that's probably going to go through. Markets are seeing a little bit of a decline, but that is likely going to be going through, if not, it already has. Um, Again, that's for net proceeds out of Vistra for 4.3 million, 21,374 shares, completely liquidating James A. Burke, an officer of Vistra. And that should go through today. Proposed sale, General Dynamics Director, GD. That's another one also liquidating. 1 million net proceeds, 3,200 shares at a price target of 329.45. So that's likely gone through already. So look at that, a director picking the top there at 329. 329.45. Director sells all shares. 1 million proceed. Again, remember, there's more than one director in a company. It's just interesting to note when someone liquidates their entire position. Not, a 5 or 10%, it's their entire position still. All right, we'll keep going through some other names here while the markets are under a little bit of pressure on the S&P 500. You can see a small little pullback off of that high. Markets are still acting okay, very strong still. We were due for a little bit of a correction. All right, let's see what else we've got that's jumping out at me. 10% owner, SPE, proposed sale. What's SPE? I'm not too familiar with that ticker. SPE, okay. Special Opportunities Fund? What the hell is that? Some sort of an ETF, mutual fund. Dividend yield. A proposed sale of 1.3 million net proceeds, 53,000 shares. That's not too bad. Just looking else to see what else is standing out for me. TDG, a big fund, sold. TransDigm, I think this is. Yeah, TransDigm Group. So you had a big fund. This is the Stockbridge Partners LLC. Proposed sale 1,287 shares. That's today. Sorry, the proposed price is 1,287, so it looks like it already occurred. 10,000 shares, 12.8 million in net proceeds. Seems to be the entire position. TDG. Not a good sign for that stock. All right, we'll see what else is jumping out at us here. ADP, the director proposed sale, 375. That's not too much. There's a buy there. That's nothing, minuscule. A little bit of a buy there, a little buy there, a little buy there. That's nothing worth noting. A lot of sales. A lot of sales. The NBIS, so Nebius. NBIS has been a hot stock. We have a proposed sale that is probably gone through already today. The director, Ryan Charles E., proposed sale at $89.19, so we're already below that price. Has liquidated 49,500 shares, netting 4.4 million net proceeds. Entire position liquidated. So that's the director, Ryan E. Charles, closing entire position at 89.19. Whoops. Let's just put it. type today. Director sells all shares. And what did I say that was? 4.4 mil. At 89.19. Let's actually put a smaller arrow. That one's a little bit too big. All right, so that was a decent sized sell in NBIS. Really decent sell there. Let's keep going through, see if I see anything else. That was a proposed sale, but it's probably gone through. 9.6 million there for Wix. Another officer of WIX proposing to sell all of his shares at a price target of 164. So you can see we're well above that. All 58,000 shares, proposed sale. That's probably gone through already. 9.6 million. Interesting. All right, SPY continuing to chop a little bit lower here. Wow. Okay, that's a bunch of option exercising. Sale, 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 sale. A lot of options. What happened to this stock? CRMD. A lot of sell price here in this ticker. A lot of options exercise. Not too familiar with it, but a lot of activity. AMRK, that's nothing. A little bit of a selling from the director or co-chief executive officer, so this co-CEO. A proposed sale of 1 million shares at 33.13, netting 33 million in proceeds. Still has about 14 million shares left. So although it's a sale in IREN, not much in the grand scheme of what they're holding still, but worth noting. Small little trim, 33 mil in IREN. All right, DJT, the General Counsel and Secretary, still has quite a bit of sales. I won't mention that one. That one's small. A little bit of selling in MGM, NVTS. All right, so there's quite a bit of selling in NVTS, guys, that happened on September 9th and 10th. Already gone through. The director liquidated about 7 million. Just over 1.1 million in shares at a price of 584 and 576. You can see it's still bouncing. All right, SPY coming in here a little bit, seeing some distribution. CoreWeave, so quite a bit of selling here in CoreWeave. This is big selling, guys, big selling. So you have 3 different lots of selling. The 10% owner in CoreWeave, Magnetar Financial, has absolutely just been liquidating their CoreWeave position as of September 9th, 10th, and 11th. 3 proposed sales on CoreWeave, guys. 3 proposed sales on CoreWeave. I'll put that in the chart. So CoreWeave has seen their 10% owner, Magnetar Financial LLC, on the 9th, 10th, and 11th sold at 103.84, 118, and 118, basically netting over, what is that, 96 plus 59 million, that's 150, 165, 185, about basically $190 million they've liquidated. Call it 1.5 million shares. And they really only have 387,000 shares left, so they sold 1.5 million shares. They have 387,000, so they liquidated the majority of their position. That's in CoreWeave. Big, big holder. All right, guys, so just understand that's a big sell. It's a really big sell. All right, SPY coming in quite sharply here. A little bit of a late day sell-off hitting the tape. Let's look at some of these other names like Western Digital, still holding strength. Micron, still holding complete and utter strength. Ethereum, still trying to press. S&P 500 really coming in right now. Really coming in. Same thing with the Russell. Russell 2000 starting to see some distribution. All right, so let's see what else we have here for insider selling. So SPY coming in a little bit harder here. A little bit of a late day flusher coming into play. So yeah, Corby, that's a big sell worth noting. It's a pretty big sell. LTH. Let's look at LTH here. Not too familiar with this stock, but LTH saw a stockholder proposed sale 325,000 shares, 9.5 million, liquidating entire position. Interesting. Options exercise. That's not much there. Another sell there. Nectar selling. A lot of selling in this LTH, guys. This LTH has had huge sell side pressure. I don't even know what it is, but let me just see what the market cap is. 6.28 billion. I don't even know what it does. Consumer services. Lifetime Group Holdings, guys. There has been a monster amount of selling. You've had Partners Group Private Equity sell. You've had Partners Group Private Equity sell again. TPG, Magni, SPLP, Lone Star. You've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different institutional funds start to sell this LTH yesterday, today, and they've liquidated 144 million, 12.6 million, 91 million, 11.5 million, 2.4. Wow, there's been some clear net liquidations in this stock, almost like something's going to happen. 4 different institutional funds have liquidated out of this name. I wonder why. What do they know? And we're talking about funds completely, they've proposed the sale. I don't know if it's gone through yet. I'm pretty sure it has. It was proposed on the 11th. But all of them, 2938, 2938, 2938, proposed sale. 4 different funds. That's crazy. That is crazy. Hmm. All right, I'm going to keep scrolling through here as we see SPY starting to melt a little bit more, getting a bit heavier here on the S&P 500. Nice little drop. Crypto still remaining firm. Markets are coming in. Some selling in Cisco, but very minuscule. Some proposed sells by two different officers in Ouster. Ouster is a little bit of a LiDAR play. Look at the S&P 500 getting real heavy here. Coming downtown. So Ouster has seen two different insiders, both officers, net liquidation entire position at 28.51, selling about 1.6 million total. All right, SPY continuing to drop quite tremendously here. Very strong sell side pressure in the market as of now. We are seeing certain mega caps giving up a little bit of its momentum here. We still have a lot of time left in the session. Notice how they kept this market buoyant throughout the whole day, and then they just drop it like a rock at the end of the session. That is crazy, eh? Crazy, 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 crazy. That's a hard downward candle. That is some massive sell side pressure. You're hitting 5-minute chart support, still holding higher lows. Are they going to close the market with a lower low here into the end of the session? It's kind of what we're waiting for. See what they do here. Still a lot of extended stocks in the entire market. Guess what? The Russell just made a new low of day, guys. IWM printing new lows on the session. How low can you go, Russell? My name is Russ. My name is Russ. Chick, chick, chick. Pretty nasty. That was a big move in such a short period. Right back down to that choppy consolidation range. Ethereum just printed another high, so ETH is continuing to run here. Another sell in Ouster. It's some decent buys in SMMT. Let's look at that ticker. SMMT seeing some net buys on the 10th, 11th. Roughly about 10, just over 10 million at a price of 1768 and 1807 respectively, so we're above both of those buy lows. But you did see some accumulation buys from two different insiders, the co-chief executive officers. So two different insiders bought the dip here in SMMT. Another CoreWeave proposed sale. There's a lot of CoreWeave selling, guys. Another CoreWeave sale on the 9th. Wow. There's been a ton of core weave liquidations, guys. A ton. That's crazy. And it's pushing here. Look at ETH, guys. Even as the market is falling here, Ethereum continuing to break out to the upside. BTC continuing to rocket. Big pushes in the market. Really big push. Again, crypto not really phased by the equity market selling that is occurring under the hood. IWM is continuing to melt to the lows. S&P 500 continuing to come in sharply. Are we going to get that lower low? 5-minute EMA. It's the first time we're tapping it in quite a long time. Big drop. SPY is getting heavy. Heavy, heavy, heavy on my heart. All right, a little bit of a selling in Mara. Zoom seeing some selling. Options exercising. Oh yeah, that was the other one. Cloudflare NET yesterday. Whew, saw a lot of selling, guys. NET, a lot of selling. The CEO and board co-chair Matthew Prince liquidated lots. Liquidated about 35 million net proceeds. 156,000 shares liquidated on Cloudflare NET. Interesting. All right, so we have quite a bit of the market declining. Roughly 3,533 stocks declining, 1,847 advancing. Markets are in for a little bit of distribution here. Late into the session, people are de-risking and going home with capital in their pocket. So again, we look at the SPX, and that's a heavy sell side candle into the close, dumping pretty hard here on the overall market. That's crazy. They just burned all the theta on 0DTEs all day and then left it here late in the session. They are filthy. S&P 500 still could go lower. Still looking heavy here. Qs are now coming in. Crypto is still remaining exceptionally strong. IWM new lows on the session. Amazon almost down 1%. Yeah, Russ is coming in. The whole market is coming in. So here you now have SPY going for that lower low. What a drop, eh? What an absolute drop. That is filthy. Still have 20 minutes left. They could absolutely keep knifing this. Crypto still remaining firm throughout this sell-off, guys. Ethereum pushing 4640. Seeing heavy price action in names like Western Digital. Now coming in sharply. Let's look at WBD. Also starting to come in. How's Tessie? Tessie's holding up still about 6.4%, but starting to come in. And again, crypto is not even phased by this profit taking in the market, guys. Crypto's not even phased. Look at Ethereum just going the complete opposite direction. Whoa, there's a bigger drop on SPY. making a lower low here on SPY. We haven't closed on the 5-minute chart, but SPY is getting heavy here. Holy moly, look at that sell side pressure coming into play. Boeing, getting a Boeing alert. Jeez, what a dump in the equity markets here. S&P 500 getting absolutely smoked along with the Russell 2000 getting absolutely smoked here. Crypto stocks are still holding steady here despite the mass liquidation that is occurring. You're getting sell side pressure in Microsoft. Google saw a tremendous fall. Nasty dump there on the Russell. Let's look at the candle formation that's potentially forming on the daily chart of SPX. Closing inside of yesterday's prior day high, potentially. Still a little bit of time, but looking like SPX is going to close with a little bit of a bearish engulfing on your 4-hour chart. Catching a nice bid right now. IWM is testing 15-minute chart EMA 113. Crazy. Big bounce on the S&P there. That was a crazy dump. High pivot. That was a $2 dump in such quick succession. So quickly. And crypto wasn't even phased by that dump. Ethereum still ripping. Bitcoin still testing 116.4. Netflix still weak. LAZR continuing to try to show some strength. Ethereum now up 4.28%, just flying here, guys. ETH is flying. I think you're going to see a lot of volume come back into these crypto stocks into the close here. Big bounce there in the market. Spit trying to squeeze a little bit here, potentially into the close with ETH. Open still trickling down. Mara, Coin. Coin has a little bit of top wick distribution. Yeah, ETH is could have a good weekend for crypto, guys. Could have a freaking phenomenal weekend for crypto here. It's certainly closing this market session pretty strong here. Looking at BMNR. Look at BMNR squeezing. So BMNR's daily chart has had a clear breakout above your 7 and 20. Guys, SBET is next. I feel like SBET is gonna rocket up next week ahead of FOMC. Even with the sell-off, open is still slightly off the lows, but down about 13% on the session. Let's see what happened here. Very strong breakout today on Grab. Look at Grab. I mean, whoa. That's not a high volume breakout. I don't know what is. So now you wait for. The problem, what I've been observing is it's so difficult to chase a stock after a breakout like this, but I don't know. The market makers are so manipulative. They're not letting any consolidation happen before they just keep squeezing it higher and higher and higher. Like the proper thing to do is wait for a bull flag to form, but they just seem to keep squeezing these stocks. But huge breakout on Grab today, over 100 million shares. Phenomenal. Phenomenal. Ticker Wolf still pushing here to the upside. Monster candle. So you can see SPY printed a lower low, but it never officially closed. You just wick down there. Never gave us that lower low close. Even on the 10-minute chart, just a wick. So the trend is still acting okay on your larger time frame. Cabin asking about GME, still looks strong. What do you think? Let's see what GameStop is doing. Yeah, I mean, it looks like it wants to float and grind here. It does. Here's the only problem, right? You're into weekly chart resistance, your 20 moving average. So it could potentially back and fill here. Now you can see you're inside of that hard wide range red bar. Tough spot. It's a tough spot to go long because they can easily back test it back down to 24. You're kind of in no man's land right now. It's like a 50-50 whether it wants to go up to 25.50 again or if it wants to go back down to 24.40. I think you wait for a little bit of the risk to come out of the trade if it falls a little bit back down to kind of this 24.30. Then you could look for maybe an entry. Guys, look at the SBET volume coming in. SBET volume coming in. Final 10 minutes here in the market session. Ethereum is ripping to the upside. Nvidia is starting to sell off. But SBET volume coming in huge. Crypto volume coming in. Come on. And I'll give people a little free insight. I am long SBET into next week. That's why I keep pounding the table on it. It's risky. It's a risky stock though. It's got dirty fundamentals. But crypto's running, so it should catch a momentum trade as long as it stays firm. IONQ still having a stellar day, holding majority of its gains, up 17%. Big bounce on the S&P. Look at Ethereum just ripping here, guys. ETH is just on another level right now. Up 4.38%. Lion, let's look at Solana. Solana going for a high of day breakout. Bitcoin still trading at the highs. Huge push. ETH tapping 46.51 and squeezing here. Squeeze, 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 baby. Squeeze, baby, squeeze. Gap up on crypto stocks next week? Maybe. Maybe. SPEC back to 50 bucks? No, I kid you not. That would be insane. Not 50 bucks. Look at the V-shaped recovery on SPY. This market is just something else. Something else. IWM, though, not really holding on to the gains like SPY is, so you're definitely seeing some distribution occurring in. Again, guys, this is another little trade here, so looking at Sats, EcoStar gapping up on huge amount of news, continuing to trade with momentum. What do we get? Huge insider sell. Director and Chief Legal Officer, they both liquidated 95 and 94% of their, 95 and 99% of their entire holdings as of yesterday at a sell of 81.24. The stock could be cooked. Could be cooked for quite a while. Look at that. Like, did they pick the top or did they pick the top? Like, are you serious? It's got to be illegal. I swear. Bet squeezing, squeezing, volume coming in, huge volume. Ethereum still squeezing. SQUEEZE, squeeze, short squeeze, squeeze. SBET is booming. Come on. I want to see like a 20% day on Monday. As long as ETH holds here, SBET's probably going to gap up. I mean, I would love to see a charge for this gap fill again. That would be huge. Huge. Look at that end of day volume on SBET. SPY coming in hard. Hard dump on SPY off of PDH. Open door coming in hot. Tesla still up 7.2%, back over 3.5%. What a breakout on Tesla's daily and weekly chart. Absolute monster, Tesla. Ethereum continuing to just have a crazy rally here. The hourly chart is just pumping to the high side. 4,700 on deck for ETH. Look at the late day volume coming into SBET. Is it going to close at the highs of the session? It's looking like it wants it. Can SBET do it? Is she going to do it? Open door, sub $9 coming in. S&P coming in a little bit. Western Digital coming in a little bit. Open SBET. Come on, SBET. Squeeze it. Squeeze it. Mega volume. Mega volume. Give us that new high of day for SBET. It's there. It's pretty much there. Look at that volume. SPY coming in. SBET ripping. Yeah, things are, well, you got to be careful. You got to be careful. Smart money will probably start to de-risk a little bit, but I don't think we're going to get any sort of a big move down ahead of the Fed meeting. You might see a lot of choppiness where you get big moves up, big moves down, kind of like we just saw today. Um, but yeah, it's certainly interesting. They are still trying to rip SBET here. Big down candle there on SPY. Ethereum still trying to press. Bitcoin not participating as much. IWM getting hit really hard. SBET, new high of day. SBET is squeezing here, guys. It is squeezing. 223,000 shares. Pumping to the high side. Ethereum is absolutely moonshotting. SBET is up 8.89%. They are ripping this name into the close as the S&P falls a little bit. The S&P 500 just barely positive there. Crazy to think that they could take the S&P slightly negative late here in the session. But look at that move on SBET. Crazy. Ethereum, new high of day on ETH. Dixie bouncing off a pre-market low. IWM still dripping here, guys. I was looking at 663 calls for the end of next week. Just be careful with those. Just be careful with those. We could see a lot of chop in the indices next week. Maybe we're going to be range bound. I don't think there's going to be much movement in the indices next week ahead of Fed. You're probably better off playing individual tickers. So just be careful. If you are taking those, give yourself time. As always, give yourself time. I mean, you look at the S&P today, we really went everywhere but nowhere. You know, we had big moves up, big moves down, big moves up, big moves down, but we went really nowhere. IWM de-risking certainly occurred today, down 1%. So SPY is flat. If they close this flat at 0%, that'd be crazy. Negative, flat, negative. SPY coming in hard. Big drop. Ethereum still pushing. All right, guys, that's the close. S&P did close negative. Thank you all for tuning in. Everyone, enjoy the rest of your weekend. I'm going to be curious to see how crypto holds throughout the rest of the weekend. On that note, appreciate all the support, and we will see you all for live streaming on Monday. So take care, everybody. Get some rest and enjoy the time off. LOL.